right, can you hear me? Let's see. Yes, I think you can. All right, we're gonna hear Elson Anadol's in the background. This will be kind of a good test to see just how much that is. This is why I've been playing more games on stream instead of doing my audiobook, because I need to figure out a Bluetooth option for my girls so they can wear headphones and watch their shows, and I can still record audiobooks in the same house. We got to figure that out. I could have been doing tutorials, my tutorial, and I probably should have, but those are so hard. Those are grinding for me. And this is easy. Plus, Streamlabs makes it so easy. You just hit the button and it works. I mean, there's nothing to set up. So anyway, I've been doing this scenario here the last 3 times. Outsmart the barbarians. And I can't outsmart them. They have beaten me every time. So I'm going to do a skirmish just to have some fun and try to win one, because getting beat repeatedly really makes you not like playing this anymore. I'm gonna try a map I've never done before. We're having a snow day today, so maybe I'll try a snow map. That looks pretty fun. Avalanche, my favorite crypto as well. Me and a simple AI versus 2 other simple AIs. That sounds okay. Sounds okay. Let's try it. Let me double check the stream just to make sure it's working okay. And then I'll go back to listening to my friends Garland Nixon and Jody Brar talk about imperialism being doomed. Oh, I am live. Here we go. Oh, that sounds nice. I got a good volume. And I'll go back to listening to my friends. Man, that's awesome. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Skirmish start. Yeah, there's no sense in recording audiobooks until I get those headphones, because you can totally hear that in the background. There's no way to edit that out.
Please choose your starting location.
I could just be like, everyone be quiet, but that just feels horrible. Oh, this is a small map. I remember playing this one somewhere. Well, maybe we'll do a quick one, and then I'll try one other one.
Battle started.
Okay. Hang on, I gotta change the audio to out of the headphones so we don't get this feedback. There we go. Oh, man, this guy's right by me. Oh, this is gonna be a tough one. We're gonna have to push the whole time. All right, you get this lane, bro. I'm gonna go up here, I think. Maybe down here. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do this. Let's do vehicles.
Battle paused. Battle started.
Yeah, I was going downstairs to record my stuff. I had my stuff set up down there, and but I don't have any way to get a direct Ethernet connection down there. So it was like kind of cutting out. I probably didn't even need to be doing it live, but I don't know. It's motivating for me. I'm still trying to tweak my setup to get it just how it's. What's the word? Conducive to me working.
Low power.
I need some kind of anti-air. Is he sharing his radar with me? And they're already coming. More metal. Alright, bro, forget this. Let's go up here. Send this commander in. Pink one. Pushing already. Come on, man. What are you doing? It's gonna be a quick game, I bet. What is he doing? Come on, go help him. He's gonna blow up.
Warning, you have the last commander.
Well, that's not good. Oh, I know. They're coming after us. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time without such an idiot. But let's
Battle
go
paused.
back. Let's make this guy Barb AI. Remove, we'll be on the same faction. Okay, let's try that.
Please choose your starting location. Battle started.
Nifty beaks. To get pumping out 50, let's do this. Okay. I mean, you guys never watched me play this. This is a remake of my favorite game from my childhood. It was called Total Annihilation. I used to play it. Man, I'd wake up. It was the only thing to get me out of bed on a Saturday. I'd be like, I'll play a skirmish. I'm gonna build me an army. Now, I'd never say I got really good at it, but I always enjoyed it. My tiny brain can't quite work in as many ways as really good people, but I love it.
Daddy, you have that thing built.
What thing?
That
Oh yeah. I built that too close to the edge. Oh well. Build me some anti-air first. Are they pushing yet?
Who are you talking to?
I talked to a couple of my friends.
Low power.
I sent them that I was streaming. Low power, it's because the wind's not high enough. I'm sure there's a way to flip around what I have queued already. I guess you just gotta do it like this. Let's see if he'll do that first. For the next one. This guy's killing it.
What does that mean?
Means he's doing well.
He's even building your airplane.
Mm-hmm.
You take all that airplanes, you can build that airplanes.
I shouldn't have built these so close together, but I did. I gotta work on that in the future. Now we're getting some energy back. The wind picked up.
How much sun is there?
What do you mean?
How much sun is there? Hey, Granny,
Well, that's cool that he can help build those even when they're not there. And they're fighting it out. Somebody's gonna lose. Probably him.
probably him.
That commander. Oh. Oh, he's gonna D-gun him. Ooh, that's close.
Enemy commander destroyed.
Yep, he blew him up. So we're down to just one.
That's a pretty big Rex. That red one. That's not a
He's already reviving him.
Who is
My teammate.
us here? Why is he alive again? And why is he alive?
What'd you say, sweetie?
Why is Green reviving him?
Why is Green reviving him? Because he'll get 2 commanders. Commanders are really good because you can build out a whole base with another commander. What is my holdup? My holdup now is metal. So let's build. I'm just gonna put this over back.
Its unit doesn't have a lot.
I'm gonna have him come up with these ones. Sneak back there. I'm still like not able to build anything. I just need to go tier 2 already. No, it's building pretty fast.
You need about 2. You need about 2 factories.
He's already beaten me to that stuff.
About you ding on his stuff. You can ding on their stuff.
I could.
You can. Serious, you can. I actually tried it.
Build some artillery.
If you do it to real people, they'll probably ding on your stuff. Oh, but I think he says CPU. Is he a CPU? Your teammate is a CPU? Did you clear that thing?
Clear what thing, sweetie?
That thing.
Clear what thing?
That mission.
No, I couldn't beat it.
Oh. So you went on to a new mission?
I'm doing something, yeah, something more fun.
Is it skirmish?
So far.
So far this is still skirmish.
Sheesh. Man, I'm just gonna push.
What does push do?
Like 7 people to beat the guy.
Why is it so hard for the brain to beat them? Why is it so hard for the brain to beat them?
Should go down here first. There's like Hang on.
Battle paused.
I want to see how to move in formation. Let's see. Gaming, commands, movement, move in formation. Control, right click. Control, right click. Okay.
Battle started.
Control, right click. I still feel like they're moving at different speeds. That was too easy.
You gonna
Battle ended.
That was too easy. I'm trying to get the perfect mix of a challenge and hard and easy. What am I saying? A nice challenge. I'm trying to find a nice challenge. First of all, that map is too small. I want a snow map. What was this one? Supreme Isthmus Winter. Winter themed update. Let's pick another map. That looks kind of interesting. Frozen Ford. How big is it?
frozen?
1 versus 1. I want a big map. Glacier Pass. I've played on that.
What's that?
It's a huge map. There's too much going on. It's a nuclear bar.
Kind of tiny.
It's a 20 by 10. I kind of like that. That's my favorite so far for a snow day.
That's the ball that you were talking about.
Yeah, that's the same as that one, but I don't want to play that because that's the one that's been beating me over and over again. Let's try that. Nuclear, what was it? Nuclear bar. Let's try this. We'll keep these the same. Simple AI.
That
Okay.
simple is too.
What's up?
That's why it's too easy. They're simple.
It was just a small map, so people pushed really early. It's not so fun because you can't build up a big army. But my guy, you know what? I'm gonna switch him to simple because
Please choose your
he was
starting
too
location.
good. Too good. Simple, easy playing beginner AI. Adjustable difficulty. Let's try
Lazy?
him on easy.
Lazy.
Medium.
I don't know why it says medium lazy. No, lazy. That doesn't
Let's
mean
try him on easy. Slow. Change faction. Okay, let's try that.
Please choose your starting location. Battle started. He is slow. That's okay though.
Yeah, you wanted them to be slow.
Lasers. It's the backup.
You're overflowing metal. Low power.
I went from having tons of power to not having any.
That's where their profits come from, keeping the world's people in abject poverty while they produce the goods and the raw materials that feed, the production machines. And all of that requires that the whole world has to stay in the place that's been allotted to it. So you have to constantly work to suppress every freedom struggle, because every place that gets free is messing with this equation and unbalancing, the system and its ability to keep rooting the world. Donald Trump talks about onshoring and bringing jobs back to the USA. But I think it's a fantasy, to be honest with you, Garland. The idea that imperialism, US capitalism can stay profitable by bringing back all those industrial jobs to the USA. The only way it could possibly do that is if the standard of living of the massive US workers was pushed down to the standard of living of the uranium miners and cobalt miners of Africa. Are they going to accept that? Is that going to happen? Could you do that with stability and then have an industrial working class living in basically Victorian type conditions, working 12, 13, 14 hours a day, maybe kids working in the factories as well, women and children, children up down to the age of 5 or 6, are the working classes in the West going to put up with that? And what about the raw materials that they need? Do they produce them all? Suddenly, Donald Trump's talking, on the one hand, he's talking about, kind of fortress, America, but then it's like, he suddenly realizes, we also need all these raw materials we don't have. So how are we going to do that? We'll have to take Greenland and Canada and Mexico and Venezuela, and, so suddenly America just got a lot bigger, didn't it? So which one is it? And there's a contradiction at the heart of Donald Trump's program that he doesn't have an answer to. And fundamentally, no capitalist and no imperialist has an answer to the fundamental problem at the heart of their system, which is because of production for profit, concentration of wealth, immiseration of people, you can only keep the system going through, number one, making the workers poorer and poorer, but that makes the crisis bigger and bigger, and by war, by destroying workers, by destroying means of production that you can't use, by destroying infrastructure that you can then rebuild, by and conquering countries that are not yielding you the most profit at the moment. So the whole thing just kind of basically doesn't add up.
It makes sense to me. And I think the other thing is people who are looking at Donald Trump saying, well, he wants to get us out of Ukraine. He's a great guy and he wants to do that to save us all from nuclear, blah, blah, blah. I think that getting out of Ukraine is something that he would do. It's kind of like the FDR. FDR said he saved capitalism because they were at that point, capitalism had crashed and then revolution was in the air. People where they had, gigantic tent cities kind of like now, and they were on the edge. People were only, again, they were sharpening up the guillotines and the torches and pitchforks were coming out. And he recognized, we better hand some crumbs back to the working class or they're going to cut our heads off. And at the point where capitalism gets in a calamitous situation, there are members of the ruling elite that says, hey, time out. You better give these people some crumbs back or they're going to cut our heads off. And they're fighting with the old money that says, no, that's not what we do. They're fighting with the Marie Antoinette's let them eat cake, right? And I think that's where we're at. Whenever you get to that point of calamitous collapse of capitalism, I think the fight between the ruling elite is the old money that says, let them eat cake, who cares? Who don't even see they're about to get their heads cut off, and maybe a faction that says, whoa, time out. You better give them back some crumbs so we can keep the working class at bay for a while, because I don't know if you can count or not. There's more of them than us, and if they ever get pissed off enough, they win, and I think that's the fight. So in a way, the Trump let's get out of Ukraine is
Aircraft
the
spotted.
faction of the ruling elite that aren't the old let them eat cake faction. It's we got to give them some crumbs, we got to turn the volume down, we got to do some things to kind of give us a little bit of time to stretch this out a little bit. It's those who recognize the power of the masses and figure we got to mitigate the power of the masses before they get too pissed. I think that, anyway, that's the thought. What do you think?
There definitely is a faction like that, Garland. I'm not entirely sure, and forgive me because I don't follow US politics maybe as much as I should. I'm not entirely sure if Donald Trump does represent that faction. What I see very much in Donald Trump is that he has agreed with all the ruling class that the major enemy is China. And what he doesn't get is why we don't just focus on China. He has always felt, and there is a section of the ruling class that agrees with him, that Russia was a distraction from China, where the dominant section of the ruling class felt that Russia was a stepping stone to China. Now, this stepping stone idea, we see it everywhere. Syria, unfortunately, now has fallen, but is not going to be the stepping stone they think. But, Iraq was a stepping stone to Syria. Syria was a stepping stone to Iran. Iran was a stepping stone to Russia. Russia's a stepping stone to China, right? There's this whole, in their mind, if you take this down, that's an ally for that, and that, it's the giant chessboard.
If I may add one thing, and I think you have to add this into the mix, that along with that, but in the U.S. and I'm sure in the UK, there is also an element that has this pathological anger, hatred, racism towards Russia. You know what I mean? There's a there's the Victorian. There's a group, and they originate from Eastern Europe, and they have a pathological hatred for Russia, the Soviet Union, the Bolshevik Revolution. You know what I mean? So within there, there's an element,
Low
and I know
power.
here in Washington D.C. and I'm sure that they even separate their pathological hatred for Russia out from their grand scheme, so much so that they are screw all the rest of their devious plan. Oh, we're going to rule the world. But first of all, God, we hate these Russians and these Bolsheviks and all these people. So it's more important to deal with Russia because we hate them and the Soviet Union and blah, blah, blah than all of that. And they in a way do get distracted by their pathological hatred of all things Russian. What do you think?
This is something very interesting you point to, Garland, which is the interaction between individuals and a class program. Now, what you're putting your finger on there, I think, is that the ruling class did a very good job of, number one, creating Russophobes in Eastern Europe from amongst the former aristocratic classes that were dispossessed by the revolutionary process of the Soviet Union in Eastern Europe, and number two, harnessing their energies, activity for implementation of their anti-Russian program. It's very much similar to what you see with the Zionists. Zionism was not interesting to the US ruling class until it decided to take over control of the Israeli settler colony. And then Zionism was very useful. Israel became the key plank in US foreign policy in terms of its geostrategic, ambitions in the world. The need to control oil. We talked about the number one commodity for modern imperialism was and remains oil, and so the oil of the Middle East, to control it for two things. One is so you have a steady supply of cheap oil, but the second one is if you monopolize the supply of oil, you can also, you're the gatekeeper of access to oil for everybody else.
Battle
So
paused.
you can starve your competitors of oil as and when you want to. This has always been something, Lenin talked about this in his book on imperialism.
Battle started.
Long before Israel existed and, the US had a settler colony. This has been a tactic of the imperialists. One of the reasons for monopoly, for grabbing territories around the world was to secure sources of materials and to deny them to your competitors, right? Because it gives you then a competitive advantage. And the USA has indeed had a
Battle
competitive
pause.
advantage from its ability to
type in
control the
pause.
world. That's what monopoly does. You stack the deck. Okay? So the big get bigger by virtue of the kind of gravity of their wealth and how it enables them to suck up
Need
more
more
wealth.
metal.
Disproportionately more wealth than other people. It's not like you you got 10 million and someone's got 1 million, then the 10 million will attract 10% interest, and so will the 1 million. No, the 10 million will be able to attract twice as much as the 1 million because of the ways in which the weight of money. The more of it there is, the more it can do and attract and bend markets and penetrate into all kinds of areas. So to get back to your point, the Russophobic individuals were created by imperialism for a purpose and have been harnessed by them to fulfill a program. But for all their fanaticism and lunacy, let's not forget that when they become too lunatic, the ruling class puts them aside. Victoria Nuland, the lunatic in charge of Ukraine, was put aside at the point at which her lunacy was becoming a liability.
PAUSE.
And so is Joe Biden's regime in toto being put aside when its lunacy, which was very useful to the ruling class, when that was the decision they'd taken.
What's that, sweet girl? PAUSE. You writing it down? That's so smart. PAUSE. I think you gotta put a / in front of it too. I don't know if you can just. Yeah, you gotta put like this / pause.
Battle paused.
/ pause. But I don't know, that one guy, he like picked stuff and had him do stuff. I don't know how he did that.
Battle started.
I just don't care that much.
Yeah, it's stuff down here.
Yeah, I remember.
How do you do that?
I don't know. Let's send these guys to fight. Oh, wait. I need to control. I don't think that's right, because there's supposed to be a way to make them move to where they only move as fast as the slowest unit. But that is not it, because those planes are way ahead. That's not what I want. Could I alt? Is it alt? That doesn't really seem right either. I guess I'm just gonna keep them defending them and then have them move like this. If you make your planes like guard your slowest unit, it seems to work better. I'm just gonna see how many of these I can get. Like that.
Oh, I'm making this one.
Let's go to level 2.
Level 2's not that
I'm gonna go to level 2 with all my stuff. My economy is not really rocking like I want, but see what happens. Uh-oh. Knocking down all my planes. Level 1 is not fun. I like to cause a real ruckus. And for that, you need level 2. So let's all go. More metal. Try to save on some metal that way. He's pushing him already. What's that?
How do you make your commander disappear?
How do you make him disappear? You pick on him and you can pick cloak. Where's it at? Visible, right here. You can hide like that. Alright, let's make some of those, everybody. Man, YouTube, why do you die in the background of my phone?
But they've been beaten. You know? They've been beaten and they're looking for a way out. And it's very useful for the ruling class to have this two-party system to give the impression that the change in policy came from Donald Trump and not from a recognition of the fact that they lost the war. It's much easier to sell that narrative. It keeps people's faith in the system, and then whatever happens, you know, so then the Democrats will keep telling their people, if only Donald Trump hadn't got in, we were in another 6 months, we'd have won that thing. We just needed to put a bit more money, it would have all been fine, right? You can keep that narrative going amongst the people who still believe in the Democratic Party, and to the people who want the end of the war, you can tell them that Donald Trump's their guy.
And blame it all on Biden, the individual. That Trump's already started. I did a video about it. His way out is Biden did this. Look what Biden did. And even the ruling class elements around Biden at some point step aside. Biden won't even know it. They step aside and they sacrifice Biden at that altar, and all of the errors and all of the terrible, stupid things that were done for the last 4 years that were fully backed by the whole machine, they all step aside and say, doggone it, it was all Joe Biden.
I mean, Donald Trump endlessly does tweety type social media things, doesn't he? Relating to what a farrago it was that Joe Biden presided over in Afghanistan. Now, there's many crimes you can accuse Joe Biden of, but the war in Afghanistan went for 20 years, and it was lost because of the resistance. Not because Joe Biden came into office and then the next day suddenly Afghanistan collapsed. Like, what kind of narrative is that? And, you know, you have to keep people very stupid be able to manipulate them with narratives like that, which are so simplistic and stupid, and don't add up with any of the facts or any, you know, you keep people constantly devoid of any historical context for any situation, so they've got no information that makes sense of it, and they just bombard them with silly stories one after another, and they can't keep up with it all, and you just get this, you know, nobody with a little bit of application of thought and a little bit of investigation into the facts and the history could buy this idea that the collapse in Afghanistan was something to do with Biden coming into office, right? But yet, you know, Donald Trump does this kind of showmanship thing, which is all about, and he's not the only one, you know, it's very much how bourgeois politics works. It's a kind of one-upmanship. We had it just recently, as soon as Keir Starmer came into office, you know, it was going to be a change in approach by the ruling class, which is why they wanted Keir Starmer in. And what did he start doing immediately? He started saying, number one, oh, the Tories did this, the Tories did that. We have to break all the promises we made to you because the Tories left us with this mess. Oh, when the Tories were here, they did this, they did that. You know, the whole of his first sort of 3 months in office was just a string of lines about how awful Boris Johnson was, how awful the Tories were, you know, why they've left this mess, that we have to clean it up. And, oh, by the way, everybody, that means you're going to have to tighten your belt. But don't worry, we're all in it together. You know, so they play these games with the voters very much, you know, through the media and manipulation of the people. But just to come back to this question of the section of the ruling class that has a conscience or has a little bit of awareness about the anger that's building amongst the workers, I think it's a much lower section, if you mind. So I think personally, and you know, I might turn out to be totally wrong about this, I'm kind of speculating, the sense that I get is that Donald Trump represents more the section of the ruling class that thinks that the way to survive this crisis is just to take on China head on, you know, find a way to first economically undermine and then, you know, destroy China.
Each one of these
and they
adds
feel
one
like Russia
metal.
has been a massive distraction. There were a lot of people who thought Russia, like I said, would be a stepping stone to China. And as that plan to destroy Russia has become more obviously a failure, the people who were always saying, no, we've got to focus on China, have become much stronger because Russia's obviously a failure, right? So they've got more kind of cards in their hand, if you like, at this point.
If I may throw something at you,
Yeah.
a little bit of a contradiction. So that the tech bros have, right? And I'll throw something a little bit different at recently. One of the interesting things that happened is Apple decided, hey, we're going to move our iPhone production to India, right? Because the Biden administration was all on, we're going to go start a war with China. Hooray! War with China's coming. We'll dash China to pieces. So, of course, iPhone, well, we got to build our somewhere else. We're going to move to to India. And they found out literally that they can't, that there's no way to do that, right? Can't do it. Can't get there from here, as REN said. Now, here's what I think. Throw this at you. And that Tesla, they got all these factories. They make a lot of money through China. I think, what about this as a possibility? That, again, speculation. Looking at the tech bros who make a lot of money in China, so they kind of need some of the resources from China. That maybe, and looking at Trump, who seems less inclined to war, that the tech bros don't necessarily want to crush and destroy and go to war with China. They're scared and sell a nuclear war. They want to subjugate China. They want to keep China there as a resource, but a resource that's under control instead of a resource that's growing. That they want to whip China into control. That they, because you know
That's
what I mean?
a nuclear
The tech bros
power
don't need
plant.
China. It is a foundation. They need
Creates
that
tons
they
of
need a lot,
energy.
and they're making a lot of money off China. So
3,000.
if China goes away, that's a problem for them. But maybe they have a different. Anyway, your thoughts on that?
Mm-hmm.
I certainly think that Donald Trump and the people around him prefer
But mine would never
economic
work.
warfare to military warfare.
Then
think that's true. And
I think I'm better at playing the back
I
line.
think
This guy's the
it's
front
important to
line.
understand
I'm
for
gonna
people
build some
how those
heavy
two are
stuff out of the
connected.
back line.
They're not
we
really
bought
separate
stuff
things.
too,
They're
guys. He
different
was just
methods the
defeated.
imperialists use to achieve the same ends. And ultimately, when
That's our
economic
level 2.
warfare fails, they move to the military stage, right? Well, if you look at the war against Russia and Ukraine, think about how that started. There was a massive military build-up by Ukrainian forces, which is basically a NATO army, along the borders of the Donbass, and they were preparing against all of the agreements under Minsk that they'd been ignoring all that time, having fortified most of the country. They were preparing to try to retake the Donbass. At that point, Russia stepped in and launched its SMO to save the Donbass, to liberate, to protect the liberated areas, liberate the rest of Donetsk, Lugansk, those areas that had tried to be free and separate, and to stop NATO basically ending up in Russia, which was clearly the direction that everything was going in. So when Russia was provoked into that action, as well as sending loads and loads of weapons in to try to boost Ukraine, the Ukrainian NATO side, the West launched a huge economic war on Russia. And their aim was that the economic war was going to do the job for them. They thought that the fighting war part was like a frill. I mean, remember that I think, looking back, all that propaganda that they gave us about Russia's about to invade Ukraine, was actually a kind of a smokescreen to cover the fact that they were about to invade Donbass. And they wanted to make it look like they'd done it in defense against an imminent Russian invasion. And Russia picked them at the post and messed up that narrative. They responded with their massive economic war they thought was going to bring Russia down, because they'd been telling each other fairy stories about how weak Russia was for a long time, and they'd been giving Russia notice of their intent to destroy Russia for long enough that Russia had been making its preparations. So for various reasons, that failed. But economic warfare and military warfare are intimately linked, Garland. And whether Donald Trump understands that or not doesn't really matter. The whole point is, if they focus on China and engage in a serious, it's going to keep ratcheting up, right? Imperialism's in a crisis. It's desperate, right? It needs to destroy China as a competitor and make it subservient. And ultimately, it wants to break it to pieces so it can control it, loot it, exploit its labor power for its, on the lowest possible wages, loot its resources, and keep it, under control. And the economic warfare is a step towards doing that. It wants to weaken China. What does economic warfare mean? Fundamentally, it means finding ways to starve the workers of China. It's not just about. The whole thing about trying to win the battle of competition. There's nothing fair about it. The USA will try to use every advantage it has as a massive monopoly capitalist power with its arms, with its technology, with its money. It will try to use everything at its disposal to weaken China economically. What does weakening China economically do? It worsens the life of the people there. It creates social unrest. That's the aim of all these operations. Economic warfare is about immiserating a country, weakening it to the point that it feels it has to surrender even without putting up a military resistance, because it's no longer capable of putting up a resistance. So these things are not, it's not like, oh, isn't it good that we just have economic war instead of military war? Oh, well, to me, a lot of that mindset is like, as long as the people are dying somewhere else, that's fine by me. This whole, oh my God, I don't want nuclear war. What are you talking about? We've got nuclear war. It's happening all the time. What you mean is, you don't want a nuclear bomb to land on America. Like, it's if uranium-tipped missiles are landing all over the Middle East and killing generations of babies, that's just fine with you, because that doesn't count as World War III until a bomb lands in Seattle or Washington or LA, you know. And to me, it's the height of hypocrisy to think about the world in that way. And really, it shows you the chauvinism that's engendered in the heads even of the working class in the West. We're taught to see World War is only World War if the bombs are dropping on our countries, and if they're not, it's just some kind of foreign policy thing that we don't really have to think about or engage with. But you know, the ramifications are huge for workers everywhere. When we allow our ruling classes to plunder around the world, they are making themselves stronger to oppress us at home, and we become weaker as a result of their strengthening themselves through their brigandage over the planet. You know, it's absolute lunacy for workers in the West to just allow themselves to be bribed off with, you know, whatever it is, cheap iPhones or whatever. They're not that cheap, are they? But you know what I mean. Whatever it is, cheap commodities they're getting that are produced around the world, and say, oh well, it's enough. We've got social peace. The water comes when I turn on the tap, and as long as I've got money to pay for it, by the way. You know, okay, there's some 10 cities down the road, but I can drive a different way and I don't have to live with them. You know, everything's fine really, and as long as there's not a nuclear bomb dropping on my head. You know, this is part of what the nuclear blackmail story for me has always been about. It's always been about telling people that they mustn't fight back. Because the imperialists are lunatics and they've got nuclear weapons, and if they start a nuclear war, nuclear bombs are going to wipe out all of humanity, and then that's that, game over. So anything can happen as long as it's not that. But I think it's nonsense, and I think it's very dangerous mythology that's been built up over all these decades, Garland, through the Cold War and into today, that says a nuclear exchange between, you know, Russia and the USA and China and the USA, those are the things we have to worry about, and everything else is like kind of, you know, low level, you know, oh, if you're interested, pay attention, if you're not, don't worry about it, you know, but not, you've got to do something about it, not that it affects you, not that it's a problem for you. Yeah, that just, it frustrates me quite badly actually, the way that people talk about that. What was something I wanted to come back on? Oh, there was something you said about the section of the ruling class which understands that there's a problem. And in Britain, we have this group, I can't remember their exact name. It's like Millionaires with a Conscience or something like that. Hilarious. And every now and again, they'll take out an advert in the Times or somewhere, and there's basically an open letter to the government saying, please charge us more tax.
Yeah, we get that here too. We've got that too. We've got some. Well, every time we've got like a bunch of that say we recognize, you know, that
We built the
people are suffering
government.
and we're
Please,
perfectly ready
government.
to pay more taxes, blah blah blah. They do that, but of course, knowing that the government's never really going to do it. But you know, and they just pretend like amongst us, there's some people that are really nice that we know they
I
ain't
think
going to do
there
it.
genuinely is a section of the small bourgeois who, you know, do see, probably have more contact with ordinary people and ordinary life, and do see that there's a real problem with the polarization of society, with the massive immiseration at one end and the huge wealth at the other end, and the fact that, you know, all laws, everything
got
benefits the super rich, and we're constantly stealing from the poorest to benefit the richest, and, you know, our infrastructure is falling apart, and there's no healthcare and no education, etc., and no facilities for poor people, and no housing, you know, all these things. And they're saying, don't you think if we want to keep our position in this society, we need this society to keep functioning in at least a slightly decent way for ordinary people? Because if it doesn't, you can't keep the lid on that forever. And like human logic says, they're right. The problem is capitalist logic can't take those things into consideration. Capitalist logic of the biggest financiers, who are the only ones who really count when it comes to it, says we have to find ways to reinvest this capital at a profit. And everything that's getting in our way has to go. And because it's so difficult to make profit productively now, we've got to cannibalize
There
all the public
goes.
services.
There goes
and
my
have
energy
profit machines.
problems.
What does that mean? That means the government pays a lot to to provide a public service, but it pays a private provider, and the private provider takes most of the money as profit and doesn't really deliver the service. Right? So we're just gifting money to the capitalists to keep them profitable. You know, this is one of many of the things that they're doing to try to keep profit going. You know, and as a result, we have what we have, which is that the country, you know, literally, you see it in every country in the West. You feel.
Let's see if this starts building much faster when our metal problems are taken care of.
Absolutely gone to hell. There's no service that you can rely on. You know, everybody. There's nobody in Britain, you know, who's in any way involved in ordinary life who you can meet today who won't agree with the concept that everything is broken and we just need to rip it up and start again. And really quite conservative people, even quite affluent people, have this sense that everything is, you know, stuffed, right? The problem is that people aren't organised as a class to do anything about it. But this millionaires with a conscience thing, you know, I remember several years ago, there was an article, I always forget the author's name, but it was titled "The Pitchforks Are Coming."
Yes, I remember that.
This before, I think, maybe. But you know, it's a cry in the wilderness, isn't it? You know, that even people who benefit from the system can see the contradictions of the system are sharpening in such a way that the whole edifice of the system is threatened.
I think
and
Derek's
going
gonna play Fortnite. If you want to get on there, I think they're playing on there.
You know, there is literally nothing that the system can do to respond to that. It's in a deep, deep crisis, and it has to follow its own logic.
I think you're right. There was an article here after the election, and it was like something in the New York Times, like, and it said something like, you know, the working class, the whatever, saying, "Can you hear us now?" Right? And it was from an old, it was an old, you know, cell phone company that had an advertisement. The guy walked around, "Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?" You know,
what's
about
wrong,
not having enough
Soph?
service. And the article went on to say,
Come in here. Come in here and tell me. Soph, do you want to watch a show in the movie room? Okay. Movie room is the new name for the play / studio room. It's also the movie room. I don't have a theater. I haven't made it that far yet. Playing this in the kitchen. I'll be right back. Let me help a child not scream. What do you want to watch, Soph?
and we better start listening to them. And I think that was what it is. The elements of the ruling of class that are in touch enough with reality.
All right, I'm back.
That they can kind of look around. It's kind of obvious. And they're like, it's going to look kind of obvious. Things are looking kind of bleak for us. We better make a move. And what I find interesting is that there is still this element of delusion, but I'll put it like this. Right now, when I look at our mainstream media, the analogy I've used is this. When the old boxing match where a boxer gets hit and he's laying on disoriented on a canvas and he's reaching for his mouthpiece, and he's just laying on the canvas, completely disoriented. Our media, an element of our ruling class right now, represented by our media, are there. They are completely disoriented. They don't know what's going on. They don't know what's happening. You know what I mean? They're like, okay, we're moving forward and this is what we're doing. It's Russia, it's Ukraine, that's great. And meanwhile, we'll do this. And all of a sudden they got smacked and completely rejected by the masses in a way that they've never seen, because what they were told was minorities will never vote for Trump or leave the Democratic Party or stay home. They did all of the three. Some of them just stayed home, did things that they weren't accustomed to doing. They weren't inured to the traditional factions of the ruling of class that have had them under control. And now there seems to be a huge section of the ruling class that is just disoriented. They don't know what to do. They're scratching their head. They're trying to figure out, what do we do now?
It reminds me a little bit, Garland, of what happened in Britain after the Brexit referendum vote, which is very much along the same lines. The reality is that neither of the options on offer to the working class was going to solve all its problems. But it's very true that voting for Brexit was going to disrupt the smooth workings of the imperialist kind of bloc, because Britain's role in the EU was very much a kind of pivotal one in terms of the Atlanticist alliance. It was kind of America's attack dog inside the European Union. Britain was very much responsible for making sure that neither France nor Germany got too independent, and particularly for making sure that the plan for a European army, which was very live in the late 90s and early 2000s, never came to pass. We'd be living in quite a different world in terms of inter-imperialist competition if the EU had managed to sort itself out with a proper armed force. As it was, the European powers remained adjuncts to the US military machine. And that has huge consequences for how the financiers of those countries, have to kind of see themselves and their ability to strategize independently of the USA. There's something about people involved in the lie machine that's always quite interesting to me, which is the way that people can be brought to believe their own press.
T2 unit
People who
detected.
know things are lies in the beginning, but after a while of repeating them and feeling very arrogant and getting rewarded for saying all this shit, they start to tell themselves that it's already true, and you end up with a machinery that's kind of just full of people who've worked out that this is what you have to say to get paid. And then they're all saying it, and they're reinforcing each other, and all telling each other how great they are and getting promoted, and any dissident voices excluded, demoted, sacked, whatever, not in the gang, so you have this kind of, it's like a grooming circle, right? The problem is that when something comes along that upsets that vision, as you said, it's totally disorientating. These people have got used to having the backing of what seemed to them in the US ruling class, particularly, the dominant faction of the US ruling class, an unbeatable, big brother, right, that's behind them. And they just get to live in the bask in the glory of being, the children of this, kind of mafia don or whatever. They're like little mini gangsters who don't even have to rough anybody up to get the benefits of hanging around with the big gangster. And they get so much reward for for their role that they play in perpetuating the system, but they become very, very smug and self-satisfied, and they start to really believe in their brilliance. They also begin to believe that the ruling class is all powerful and can control anything, and that everything that happens is as planned.
Yes.
And what happens for a lot of these people is, they reflect the mentality of the ruling class itself, which consistently fails to take into account the ability of the workers to think, to respond, to act in ways that they decide are better for them. Now, it's true that a lot of the people who voted for Donald Trump, just like a lot of the people who voted for Brexit, have done so based on a hope that a bunch of things are going to happen to make their lives better. But they've also done it, what's common to both of those votes, very noticeably common, is a strong sense of disruption. It's like a two fingers at the establishment. The more the establishment screams at you not to do something, when you're in a situation where your life has been getting worse for decades and the establishment has just poured scorn on you and ignored you, and patently disregards and despises you, then the idea that you're in a position to go along to those people and as the establishment and lecture them and hector them about what's good for them, when you've spent the last 4 decades, treating them that way, it shows you how kind of pathologically superior the ruling class feels itself to be. You remember Hillary Clinton talking about the basket of deplorables, in public. Like it's like people don't have ears, like it's not going to get back to them, And the thing is, people know how the establishment feels about them. They don't often get a chance to stick their two fingers up. In Britain, the EU referendum was very much perceived by the mass of poor workers, particularly in the industrial heartlands where they've been, unemployed for like 2 generations, as an opportunity to rock the boat. And to be honest with you, for a lot of those people, it was the first time they'd had such an opportunity, a referendum like we had for Brexit, with one question. Every single vote counted. It was a national vote. It wasn't gerrymanderable. It was like yes or no, and like which way you vote will influence what happens to the country. Like this never happens to us in Britain. Our voting system's like so labyrinthine that most people know that if you vote, it makes absolutely no difference. So, there was a big wave of anti-establishment kind of energy went into that vote. There was a high turnout for the referendum. There was a lot of anti-establishment feeling, and the establishment got the vote that it did not instruct the workers to deliver. And it was shocked. The response, Garland? We had a 3.5-year parliamentary sit-in. Parliament did nothing. All our elected representatives did nothing for 3.5 years except for debate and argue over how not to do Brexit. Literally, that's all they did in Parliament for 3.5 years after that vote. So exactly the same sort of dislocation, I think, is what you're seeing amongst sections of the US ruling class and media right now. Donald Trump is not how they wanted the workers to vote. They think the workers are supposed to just do as they're told. And I do think, I said to you when we talked about the election of Donald Trump before that, you should really take into account how many people didn't vote. Because I think huge numbers of people have given up entirely in the left versus right, Democrats versus Republicans, Trump versus Biden, the Kamala, whatever. They don't really buy into any of it. They're pretty sure it's going to make no difference. But definitely there was a groundswell, as you said, across every part of the poor working class. There were sections who, the ruling class are always convinced, no, they would only ever vote Democrat. Who didn't? Who voted for Donald Trump? Because, and I think the reason is literally that they sense the angst of the dominant section of the ruling class. They sense that this is a disruptive act, and they want to be disruptive of the status quo because the status quo is very clearly not serving them. Now, they're not going to get all the things Donald Trump has promised them, As we said, he represents a section of the ruling class which is harnessing
This
the
is when
anger
the
of
game
masses.
gets fun.
Enemy
But the
commander
anger of the masses
destroyed.
is very real, and their quest for
Uh-oh.
change that benefits them is not going to stop. Having elected Donald Trump, when he can't deliver the change they want, where's all that energy going to go? This is a long, slow, and painful process for workers in the West, that they gradually get disillusioned with the bourgeois parties. But then what happens to them? Now, our ruling class, we've talked about this many times, Garland, the immigration debate, if you want to call it that, the constant immigration hysteria that fills bourgeois media and the mouths of many bourgeois politicians, 24/7, night and day, week after week, month after month, year after year. The reason is because they need to give the working class scapegoats as they are becoming disillusioned with the establishment. They need to offer them what look like alternatives that don't threaten the system. And that means keeping them fighting themselves. So the ruling class will present more and more right-wing demagogues, more and more fascistic. But essentially, they're saying the same thing that all the bourgeois politicians have been saying forever.
That's
Let's
fun.
not forget that the most number of immigrants deported from the USA in recent history.
Hopefully he doesn't
ever,
beat 'em
was
all.
under President Obama. It was the Liberals' favourite. So this is not even to do with right-wing and left-wing ruling class as a policy or as a strategy, but as the workers lose faith in representatives of the main bourgeois establishment parties to be able to deliver what they need, and they're going to lose faith because as the crisis gets deeper, it becomes more obvious that the crisis can't be reversed by any of the so-called policy differences. So they lose faith. There's two options. Either the working class and kind of ruined small business people get pulled into the camp of some demagogue who points the finger of blame at some minority or other, some section of the population, or it might be some people abroad, but it will be some scapegoat, probably a few scapegoats mixed together, or they organise themselves as a class to change the system, because fundamentally, and of course, if they get caught up behind the demagogues, they will become foot soldiers for more war. That's the only thing that the ruling class really wants them to do. Get out to help them get out of their crisis by willingly fighting in their wars or cheering their wars on or facilitating in some way the war machine under the deluded belief that their lives are going to get better as a result. They're not. This is capitalism, people. What we actually need to do is recognise that the only way out of all of this is to break the Gordian knot entirely, organise ourselves in our own interests as working class people, together, all working class people together, fighting for socialism, rather than sets of working class people fighting for their section of the ruling class, somehow identifying themselves with one or another
I don't even think I'm gonna get to
class.
build a.
That's a trick that's played on us, to treat politics and the national life
Alright,
as
let's
if
move back here.
it's a baseball game, and we've got our team, and the other team are our enemy. And this is the way that the capitalists have played the working class for the entirety that their system has been in existence. As you said right at the beginning, sections of the ruling class will try to mobilise and successfully have and do mobilise parts of the working class into their camp and use them to fight the section on the other side, which means workers are fighting workers in the interests of two groups of capitalists. And none of that is actually in the interests of workers. What we need is to fight for our own cause, which is, of course, socialism.
Jody Brar, everyone, we've got a join button now, so click the little join button to become a member of the channel, and certainly share this on all your social media platforms. Jody, where can everybody find you and all of your finds?
6 minutes.
Thanks, Garland. So my party's website is thecommunists.org, an excellent website where you will get analysis you don't get anywhere else in the English language. You can find me, Jody Brar, on Telegram, and my party, the Communists, on Telegram also. We're also on Twitter, but I definitely recommend Telegram
Coming
as a
after
much
my
more
guys.
useful place to get information from. And we have a YouTube channel called Proletarian TV where you can get lots of great videos, especially of meetings and presentations and things a little bit more in depth. I would also really ask people who are new to the concepts that I try to bring into these conversations. You know, I can introduce a very brief overview and some broad overview of some of these ideas, but fundamentally, if we want to act in our own interest, we have to educate ourselves. Our party's website has a tab on it that says learn, and under there is a click on something called Marxist Study Program, and I really, really recommend to people to go there, to click on that, and to start to educate themselves in what Marxist science is. Don't believe what people tell you Marxism is. Find out for yourself. It is the most empowering thing you can do.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Jody. I look forward to having you back on again next week. Well, I'm sure that the imperialists will be up to no good, particularly over the next, between now and the 20th. God only knows what they're going to do, but hopefully you'll be available next week, and we will figure it out and keep going and have a lot of fun. I really enjoy these discussions. I learned a lot, and I'm sure our people too. I want to thank the guys over at the Greenville Post, that GREANVILLE, Greenville Post, Patrice and Jeff Brown, etc. They always put these videos up and expose a lot of people to them. So thanks everyone over at the Greenville Post, and everyone else. You guys and girls, please share this on all your social media platforms. Thank you very much, and we are out. And Jeff Brown, etc. They always put these videos.
All right. Hey, Mr. Wonderful. Name of this game is Beyond All Reason. It's good to see you, Mr. Wonderful. Stalker, that sounds tough, Mr. Wonderful. Good to see you, Mr. Wonderful. Those starlights are sick. Come on, man. Plenty of anti-aircraft. 2 minutes. We're gonna get it. Moving now. Is that commander back? Yep. Are we moving in on his base? Okay. Let's do it. I'm gonna wait until my assault max build. Why don't we just start area maxing everything? I don't even really care about that. We can just come back. Just come back and build stuff. Build this guy. Real quick, do these two. Just on your way back, just build stuff. Fire at will. Who's shooting me? Let me get back here. Stop. What are you doing? Come back here. Uh-oh. Who's shooting at me? I just want to get this and one assault mech. Once I get this guy, then I'm gonna have him go up there. Oh, those are fun. Oh man, don't beat them all before I get a chance. No. I'm gonna start pushing just in case. So I can at least get something.
Ragnarok is ready.
Alright, cool. That guy's done. So all you guys start building that.
T3 unit is ready.
Yes. Alright, he'll come in and clean up when we're done. You know what? I'm gonna wait for him. See if I can wait for him. Those my drones. No, those are strategic bombers. Why are they flying back there? Man, I didn't get to use. My AI was a little bit too good.
Battle ended.
Ah, that was horrible. The most fun part of the game is sending in your Tech 3 unit to blow up everything. This guy. And my AI was just a little too good. He took care of it all. I just gotta do one-on-one. So at least if I win, I'll get the satisfaction of winning. That's what I'm gonna do. 1v1 on this map. Remove. Start. I gotta split my brain a little bit because he's gonna push.
Please choose your starting location.
Let's do the same as we did last time.
Battle started.
Let's see if this is new or just. Is there a new Garland? Garland's one of my favorites to listen to. He's just so fun. No. I'm talking to the internet.
So you're talking to an
On
internet?
the day I started learning how
Tony Blinken. Look at the graphic that the New York Times created for this
How
interview.
can you talk to internet
How
on the
disturbing
phone?
is this?
What?
How can you talk to
He's just kind
internet
of like
on the
there. He
phone?
looks kind of like
I can't really. I'm
looks like a
talking.
kind
I'm
and
streaming
innocent
this.
man.
Streaming me play this game.
I don't know about that. Maybe a mafia consigliere or something.
Or he looks like he's about to interrogate you and kiss you, and then you're gonna Clemenza's gonna come in and strangle you to death. And he may be speaking to you in French because, quiet as kept, Tony Blinken grew up in Paris and is a Frenchman. The interview starts off with him being asked some pretty softball questions by his interviewer, who's and Blinken is kind of whining about how Trump left them a disaster and they tried to get through it. But then she starts actually respectfully grilling him on Gaza. And I'm scrolling down to that section. Here we are. And she reads off the death toll to Tony Blinken. And I mean, 45,000, which is actually very conservative. It's at least 60,000 now. Almost 90% of Gaza's population is now displaced. Consistent with characteristics of Jim. Go ahead.
I have the clip if you want to watch the clip.
Yeah, let's do that.
Do you, Secretary Blinken, worry that perhaps you have been presiding over what the world will see as a genocide?
No. It's not.
How many seconds was that in between the question and the answer?
Two?
If you're
Three?
asked, are you presiding over a genocide?
Nope.
And you're not. That should be a pretty
Wouldn't
quick
me.
response. No, I'm not. But it took him like, I don't know, 2 or 3 seconds to say no. You know, which I think is pretty damning in itself.
Aircraft spotted.
Already?
Yeah.
See, this is what
And
you
then-
gotta watch out
Yeah,
for.
The rest of that answer.
Yes. So, and now you'll hear him even deny, of course, that it is a genocide.
No. It's not, first of all. Second, as to how the world sees it, I can't fully answer to that. But everyone has to look at the facts and draw their own conclusions from those facts. And my conclusions are clear.
Do you, Secretary Blinken, worry?
Yeah. So anyway, what a non-answer. Like everyone, it's very vague. Everyone's looked at the facts and draw their own conclusions, but I've looked at them and no. I mean, he can't actually make a defense. It's not a genocide because he knows that it is, and he knows that he's at. You know, speaking of drawing your own conclusions, he took his own experts' conclusions and he lied about it. He went before Congress and falsely claimed that Israel's not blocking humanitarian aid when his own experts had told him that Israel's doing exactly that. So this like appeal to looking at the facts, drawing your own conclusions. I mean, he's someone who doesn't practice what he preaches because he explicitly lied and concealed that his own experts had warned him that Israel is blocking humanitarian aid as part of a genocide.
And here's more from Tony. Well, actually, on the topic of genocide, days after that interview came out, Tony Blinken declares that the RSF paramilitary and its allied militias in Sudan have committed genocide, costing tens of thousands of lives in less than 2 years. Look, I know horrific things have happened in Sudan, and the RSF militias killed many, many people. But do we have the same level of evidence relating to intent to commit genocide as we have from the Israeli government? 8 members of Knesset, including from the ruling Likud party, MK Ariel Kalner, just introduced a resolution to allow Israel to starve the Gaza population, prevent water from entering. I mean, it's all there. These are like future exhibitions in the Gaza Holocaust Memorial Museum that are being pumped out by the Israeli Knesset, the Israeli government every day. And Tony Blinken denies that it's a genocide. Why? Because number one, he's responsible for it, and number two, they're Jewish. And he just can't allow that to take place as the son-in-law and grandson of Israel lobbyists. Then you have Tony Blinken recounting all of the valiant efforts that he made in his interview to stop this non-genocide. And this is so telling, this section. He said, the very first trip that I made to Israel 5 days after October 7th, I spent with my team 9 hours in the IDF's headquarters in Tel Aviv, Halkiria, 6 stories underground with the Israeli government, including the prime minister, including arguing for hours on end about the basic proposition that the humanitarian assistance needed to get to Palestinians in Gaza. And that was an argument that took place because you had in Israel in the days after October 7th, a totally traumatized society. This wasn't just the prime minister or a given leader in Israel. This was an entire society that didn't want any assistance getting to a single Palestinian in Gaza. I argued that for 9 hours. So there's so many layers here. But first, he's acknowledging all of Israel is genocidal while denying there's a genocide. They're allowed to be genocidal because they're traumatized. Do you ever hear him talk about Palestinians in that way, calling them traumatized people who've been under occupation for 70 years, who've been ethnically cleansed, who are living in an open-air prison camp behind electrified walls, machine guns on their towers? No.
These are kind of helpful.
No. And what is he doing, arguing with the leaders of a country that has like 7 or 8 million citizens, or maybe 10 million citizens, many of them living around the world, when you are the Secretary of State of the most powerful country in human history, and you're arguing with them, please, can you allow some water bottles in there and some diapers? Like, I would just love if you would do, look, if you would do that, I'll give you so many bombs. You're gonna get so many, you're gonna have the biggest bombs. You're gonna drop them on so many Palestinians, but just why doesn't he use the point
Low
of leverage
power
that would actually force them to do that, or would have forced a hostage deal immediately that would have spared all the killing? Because he can't. That exposes him. This whole passage exposes Tony Blinken as a gigantic fraud and not a diplomat. The diplomat would have used leverage. The diplomat of a powerful country like and he's never once used that leverage.
The worst part is he made that statement that I tried, but I argued for hours, and of course it was an utter failure. But he's trying to get the crowd, the public on his side, to view him as a compassionate person when in fact he's presiding over the worst slaughter imaginable. So he has all the traits of maybe get Jordan Peterson in for the psychoanalysis, but a covert narcissist or something like that. But Blinken is just very manipulative in his demeanor and how he sort of positions himself. And he's not going to be able to escape history. He'll get a worse treatment than Henry Kissinger, I predict, for the Gen Zers.
Inshallah. Aaron, what's Tony Blinken's next act going to be? What do you predict?
Well, before he joined the Biden administration, he was at West Exec, what they call West Exec Advisors, consulting firm profiting over global misery of the variety that he now spreads. And also, he was a columnist at the New York Times. He would write regular pieces for the New York Times, including, I remember he wrote one basically throwing Obama under the bus because of Blinken's conservative. Because Obama would send the level of weapons to Ukraine that Blinken wanted. So Blinken was doing things like throwing his own former boss under the bus for not being enough of a warmonger. So I suspect he'll return to that line of work, profiting off of death and misery, and then writing think pieces for liberal audiences to justify it.
You think he'll launch a podcast? To one-on-one.
I think that's a fair bet. Yes, I do.
Possible. Maybe something like he'll have a Patreon page to give guitar lessons.
He jamming with, with Neil Young and all his idols.
He's already extremely wealthy. A lot of it's inherited. I drive by his house sometimes. I was kind of peripherally around Kibbutz Blinken, the protest movement outside his home. It's an enormous mansion overlooking the Potomac on Chainbridge Road, and it's 5 minutes down the road from the CIA, from Langley. And Patrick, you mentioned how the Tesla is a status symbol inside the Beltway. When you drive by the CIA, you just on a work day, you see like an endless line of Teslas with Ukraine flags on them, just like it's the whole research department. And they're all Democrats. Then Blinken's like right down the road, and across the street from him is a house that's been on the market. It's like $40 million for sale. He has enormous amounts of money, so I think he may go into like a teaching position at Harvard. That's what Hillary did at Columbia, and the students who made Hillary's life uncomfortable at Columbia deserve enormous amounts of respect because they won't allow this to be normalized. And Tony Blinken should not be allowed to have a moment of peace once he leaves the administration. We can't forget what he did.
Fighters.
Any institution he enters should be considered poison and fundamentally toxic because he is a soft-handed, sociopathic, war criminal on par with the worst criminals in history for what he's done in Gaza. Because again, could have ended it with one phone call. He could have done it. And he constantly claims Biden was in charge of everything. Come on. And Biden considers Tony Blinken kind of like a surrogate son, like, the son he wished Hunter Biden had been. So Tony Blinken
give me some fighters.
Of leverage with Biden as well.
Let's pause this.
These figures, how long does it have to go on for? What is the objective? And what has Israel got, really? They destroyed Gaza. They're still getting attacked from the rear by Al-Qassam and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters. They haven't stamped them out. There's a new article in Jerusalem Post claiming Hamas has replenished its ranks and now has 23,000 fighters, faster than they've been eliminated. That Netanyahu's numbers are all off. You can see videos of operations every day. And Israel is the pariah state it deserves to be. And they still have their hostages there. This is also a strategic failure on the part of Blinken, who claimed coming into office that he cared so much about Israel that he was there to save them and push a two-state solution. So, not in addition to being just on a moral perspective, a massive criminal and a villain of history, strategically and diplomatically, he's a failure, which is something that I think distinguishes him from Kissinger, who left the Nixon administration with the triumph of Nixon going to China.
Now you should at least win,
split.
right? Like, fight.
No matter what crime,
He could follow the footsteps of Tony Blair, who's an equally despicable type of character, but Tony Blair carved out a Middle East envoy kind of career for a good decade with Tony Blair and Associates, took over the whole 7th floor of the King David Hotel or something, or one of those in Jerusalem, and he set himself up as the kind of middleman for everything. And I think Blinken might attempt something like this. I just have a suspicion, looking at the type of person he is.
Yeah, and the normalization between Israel and the Saudis and the UAE gives him the contacts he needs to become a middleman and to rake in tons of contracts the way Tony Blinken did, where I think it was at the American Colony Hotel. Tony Blair did. He was at the American Colony Hotel in East Jerusalem, and he was, a lobbyist for J.P. Morgan, and then he would bring in the contract for the UAE to take over the Palestinian telecom company like Al-Watan, and then he would get all the kickbacks behind the guise of trying to negotiate peace with this massive staff there. That's a good guess. It'll be fascinating and outrageous to see what the Biden people do after they leave office. Also, Samantha Power, one of the biggest moral frauds in the administration.
She's at Harvard.
She'll go back to Harvard, Kennedy School. poisonous institutions, and Trump and his team will manage to make them look like the adults in the room after he's
Man,
done. That's
need
my
better
prediction.
planes.
Aaron, me and Patrick were talking a lot about what we expect from the Trump administration. Any thoughts before we go? What we have to look forward to?
You know, just as we're talking about Blinken and his plans and the incoming circle around Trump, I'm just reminded of what Hannibal of the A-Team said in the A-Team's last episode. He said, why there's a world of slime balls out there. That's all I can think of right now. It's just a lot of slime balls in both parties. And they're in charge.
Biden, NATO, and the West in general is responsible for destroying Ukraine. Now, I know right off the top that that's going to get a lot of eyebrows raised or maybe even scoffing to say, well, obviously it's not those guys. They're trying to help. It's Russia who's destroying Ukraine. And certainly there is some truth to that because the actual instrument that's being used to destroy the Ukraine certainly is the Russian armed forces. And by the way, let me just kind of point out right at the beginning of this, this is not to justify anything that the Russians have done. They have blood on their hands. They chose a path early in this operation to choose the instrument of war to try to
what else were they supposed to do,
they saw
Daniel?
their security on their border. There were other paths that were open. We can do a whole show on that separately. But what I want to talk on here, because it's something that nobody in the West recognizes, and everybody needs to understand that we are a huge, huge problem in this war. And without our active involvement from before the war, all throughout, and here on the current day as we sit here on the 10th of January 2025, we have made so many errors, and the bill payers for all this are the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian land. In the name of helping Ukraine, we have literally enabled their destruction. And history will not be kind to these people. And I'm just not going to allow so many on the Biden administration team to go out in some sort of blaze of glory
give them
with all
heck.
of these self-congratulating statements that many
Get
of the
that
senior
purple
leaders have made
line in
to
the
try to
red.
make it appear that they have just been trying to help out.
Yes.
No, they haven't. They have, and along
Goodbye.
with a number of other leaders that I'm going to discuss here today, have literally laid the foundation for the death and destruction of Ukraine. Unless anybody thinks that I'm exaggerating, I have a lot of justification and validated sources here. What I'm going to show you here is graphic, ground truth reality. Anyone who's going to argue with me at the end of this and say, no, it's not, it was just the Russians, they're the bad guys here. The Russians are the bad guys in some respects to this. But it's in the sense of, if there's a bear in a cave, and somebody's running around the street,
what do we
the
need
11 o'clock news and showing bloody faces and saying, this bear attacked me. We need to go and find a posse and go get it. It's a terrible thing. It's on the loose. Well, then when you find out, well, what happened? Well, I went into the cave and started provoking the bear and started slapping it and throwing rocks at it and yelling at it and all this kind of stuff. And then you're going to be surprised when the bear acts like a bear and takes action against you. Had you never gone into the cave, there would never have been a problem. Now, the analogy is not perfect, and I'll show you why in a minute, but it is 90% there. Had we not acted the way we have, Russia would almost certainly not have taken the action that it did. And I'm not talking about one or two moves here. I'm talking across the board, consistent and horrifically poor decisions that we have taken when we should have known
get this
better.
economy up.
And we didn't. And we're going to show how it's the political, the military, and the media all together are part of this problem. And the bill payers, again, it bears repeating, are the Ukrainian people. The ones that we claim to have helped the most are going to be the ones that have paid the biggest price for this. We're going to go back to, because this didn't start on February 22. This started really in late 2013. And that's when the Maidan Square issue started, and this violence that started occurring and provided the pretext for the overthrow of the government. And just as a real quick background, this issue started when the leader of Ukraine, the legally elected government of Ukraine, led by Viktor Yanukovych, had been working on some economic deals. Many of the people thought he had something that was going to work with the West. Work with the West, but then he ended up at the last minute because of some negotiations with Russia, saying, no, we're going to sign an economic deal with Russia. And then this is what happened next. Gary, if you can play that first video.
On the 21st of November 2013, there were a few hundred people here in Kyiv who gathered as a form of protest because their government had suddenly decided to shelve an economic agreement between the European Union and Ukraine, and the pro-Russian Yanukovych government was again nearing itself from Moscow, and that's something that Ukrainians didn't want anymore. And what first started as a very peaceful protest was soon repressed in violence. The Belkut police, the anti-riot police that was still dismantled after the revolution, the Belkut killed 108 Ukrainians during November 2013 and February 2014, and which led to the revolution of February in 2014.
Okay, so she left out a lot of that, and so let me fill in a few of the gaps here. Now, it's important to understand that the legally elected government was Yanukovych. Ukraine is badly split ethnically, and when you look at a map of who voted for whom, it's almost always the people in the West vote for integration with the West, and the people in the center and in the East voted for integration with Russia. And there was enough votes in this particular election to elect Yanukovych. So he had been deciding or thinking about some economic issues. Apparently, if I recall correctly, they had like a limited agreement or a verbal agreement to have some economic integration with the West, and then Yanukovych changed his mind at the last minute because he decided that actually Putin had a better deal. Now, you can decide, you can believe that the deal was good, the deal was bad, whatever. That's not relevant. What is very relevant is that in a democracy, which Ukraine claims to be, if you don't like the policies of the leader that was legally elected, then you elect the next guy, the next election. That's how it works. But the people who were in the West didn't like that. They started protesting. And then there's lots of evidence that the police were being brutal about how they repressed, and some probably used too much violence. Then there's also a lot of information that there were some saboteurs in that on the people who were oriented to the West. And it's unclear if this, and I'm not going to come to a conclusion here because I don't have enough information, but it appears that there were some saboteurs in that caused a lot of the violence, which made it explode into big violence. But there's the European Union said, hey, we need to find a negotiated settlement. There was some Russian diplomats, there was some European diplomats, and they met with Yanukovych, and on the, I believe it was the 21st of February, here if you can put that first call out up there, there was the news came out from here in Politico that President Viktor Yanukovych of Ukraine agreed early this morning to hold early parliamentary and presidential elections. After a night of tense talks with opposition leaders and envoys from Russia, Yanukovych's office issued a statement saying that the talks had finished, although European ministers said the city they were still working on some details. So at that moment, on the 21st of February, it looked like the process was going to have come to a diplomatic solution. Even though the legal issues and the electoral issues in place could have kept Yanukovych in power. He could have said, no, we're not going to give in to this. We're going to go just to the next election. You don't like it, get a better candidate. But instead he said, okay, fine, we'll agree to this. Now you may recall also a month or so ago, we showed an interview with Sergei Lavrov where he said, it was with Tucker Carlson. He said, yes, we recognize this. We agreed. We were part of the deal that came to that. We didn't like it, but it was diplomatic. It was legal. It was basically democratic involved. We agreed to terms that would not be good for us because we knew that when those new elections came up, our candidate would almost certainly lose, and they would end up going to the West, and Russia was ready to let it go at that. Now, that doesn't get talked about very much in the West. In fact, it never gets mentioned. But the next day, after that deal had been signed, all of a sudden, the protesters now are trying to put him in jail. And now then they're saying they're actually going to impeach the guy. It says, as the President Viktor Yanukovych fled the capital, the parliament voted to strip him of his power. He likened the actions of his opponent, Yanukovych did, to those of Nazis and said he would battle to stay in power. But then he didn't. He ended up saying, no, I'm going to actually have to leave, because now his life, he feels, is in danger. He ends up flying out to Russia. And so now that you have the legally elected government has been forced out of power, and the people who didn't like the policies have now been taking the reins of power. Now, if it had just been that, that would have been bad, because that's not democratic. That's not democracy in action. That violates the Constitution. It violates everything about a legally elected government. You can't just overthrow it because you don't like the policy. But it wasn't just that, because the United States was behind this as well. And through an intercepted telephone call between then Assistant Secretary of State Victoria Nuland and the U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, made it very clear, along with the video I'm going to show you next, that she was physically active in helping the protesters overthrow the legally elected government.
I just think Klitsch going in, he's going to be at that level working for Yeltsin, and it's not going to work.
There is a suggestion
I don't
for
wanna
Nuland
lose
to
all my
contact
cute
Klitschko
stuff.
directly to play to his top dog sensibilities. While Nuland refers to getting the United Nations involved in a political solution. And that's where the unfortunate comment arises.
I'm obviously not going to comment on private diplomatic conversations.
Whatever.
Other than to say
Okay.
it was pretty impressive tradecraft. The audio was extremely clear.
No power.
Hello, how are you? Good to see you. We're here from America. Would you like some bread? Please take something.
Thank you for coming.
The audio was extremely clear.
This was Nuland and Pyatt visiting Independence Square in Kiev in December, handing out food to protesters and police.
Now, as you can imagine, the people that actually voted legally to have Yanukovych elected president were none too happy with the turn of events. And then, and I won't go through all this history, it's certainly out there to be read by anybody. Basically, the eastern side rebelled from the western side, and it eventually devolved
We
into
need
the
more
Donetsk
power.
republics, the oblasts at the time, and they said we're not gonna give in to that. And there's started to be this bloody repression. And then, even though all the people on the pro-western side always claimed that it was the Yanukovych government that used violence to start this, then they started using violence to quell it on the other side. The West never talks about that. But now all these pro-Russian and ethnic Russian people who were saying we don't like to have our votes overturned and someone else taken out of power that we voted in, they start being killed. And the Ukrainian armed forces start moving further and further to the east. And then finally they set up some lines. And now then this is where it gets a little murky. The West says that that's when Russia sent little green men in, and they came to the side of the Ukrainians. And so they were Russian soldiers fighting in the east, and that kind of solidified this civil war, which then broke out in 2014. The Russian side says, no, we didn't send any troops. They did send some supplies. They did send some ammunition and stuff, just like, by the way, we have been doing for the Ukraine side of the Russian war. But be that as it may, that stirred the pot up. And so now then you have effectively a civil war that broke out along the lines. And now that caused then some real consternation in Russia. Because they're saying, now, if you guys have taken over all this, and now that you've installed a pro-Western leader, this year effect, we have a naval base at Sevastopol in Crimea. And that caused Putin, and I think it was June of that year, to say, all right, that's it. We're going to annex the Crimea. Because there is no way, and when Putin announced this, he says, listen, there is no way that we're going to allow a Western-dominated country to come all around our naval base at Sevastopol. We won't be secure. So he annexed it. Of course, obviously no one in the world recognized it outside of Russia, I don't believe. But it didn't matter because they had control over it. It was a bloodless situation. The Russians didn't conquer it because it was, if I remember correctly, about 95% ethnic Russians in there anyway. They had a plebiscite, and that's about the number of people that voted on the Russian side to be annexed into Russia. And so that's where it is. So now that you have your first casualties so far. So had we left the government alone, and had we done the very first thing when that EU deal and negotiations came up with Yanukovych to have early votes in an early election, and I think it was April or May of that year, all of Ukraine to this day would still be under Kiev's control. Think about that for a second. That is so crucial to understand. had we just kept our fingers out of the pot, Crimea would still be part of Ukraine to this day. But instead, we had to try and fix the issue to put the matter more and more toward what we thought was a pro-American and a pro-Western Europe situation. So now there's the first casualty. They've lost Crimea. So now that diplomacy gets back in again, and the four sides called the Normandy Group. I think it was Russia, France, Germany, and Ukraine. Those leaders they get together, they come up with a deal, and then in 2015 they signed what's called the Minsk Agreements. And the Minsk Agreements basically called for a ceasefire of the civil war, the withdrawal of heavy weapons to certain lines, and it called for political autonomy for the Donbass, for the Luhansk and Donetsk area, and then also a constitutional reform in Ukraine. That never happened. That's crucial to understand. But both sides accuse the other of not fulfilling all the terms, and there's truth to elements on both sides of that. But the absolute heart that caused Russia to annex Crimea and to help those in the Donbass already was the fact that they were being oppressed inside of Ukraine. They were literally being killed, and then there was all kinds of laws passed that said you can't speak Russian, that you can't do this or that in the schools, and so they were trying to get rid of the ethnic Russians, which they had lived with. Those people who were in the East especially had lived for generations. And so Russia said, no, that's not what we're going to do. Here's the Minsk Agreements, and everybody signed it. Everybody said, yes, we're willing to do that. That's gonna work out. Only the Ukraine never, in all the years from 2015 after they signed that, they never did the Constitution to change them. Ergo, those Luhansk and Donetsk never got the protections. This is the second point. Had they made the deal at that time, had the West helped sponsor, and if the Ukraine side had done what they said and made the constitutional changes and given the autonomy
might make
to
it.
even lose autonomy to those republics, then the whole thing could have been over. And the war would have come to a complete end, and everything except Crimea would have stayed under Kiev control, and the killing would have stopped. That's the second thing. That is crucial. How many people have died since that time? Because actually, even all during the 2014 to 2022 period, could have lived if they had just accepted the political outcome. No, there was too many people in Kiev and certainly in Europe and definitely in the United States that didn't want any of that deal. As a matter of fact, we then subsequently found out that the German and the French leader never intended for that to happen. Again, this is the Kiev Independent. This is not some Russian misinformation. This is the Kiev Independent in an interview with the German newspaper Zeit. Angela Merkel, who was the Chancellor of Germany at the time, said about the Minsk protocols, it was, quote, obvious that the conflict was going to be frozen and the problem was not solved, but it just gave Ukraine precious time. Do you also believe that negotiations in Minsk were intended to delay Russian advances in Ukraine? Francois Hollande, who was the leader in France, said, yes, Angela Merkel is right on this point. The Minsk agreements stopped the Russian offensive for a while. That was very important to us to know how the West would use this respite to prevent any further Russian attempts. So they all said, yeah, they didn't put any pressure on Minsk, on Kiev to make these requirements, these actions that were required by the agreement that they signed. They just wanted it to, quote, stop Russian advances to buy time for the Ukraine to continue to advance its military and build up. And that is so perverse. And those hardly any people in the West at the time that came in thought through that a little bit. Wait a minute. You say that you signed these to buy time for Ukraine to stop the Russian advance. The agreement itself called for the end of the conflict. If you had just done what you said and given political autonomy to Luhansk and Donetsk, they would have had no more reason to fight. That was why they were fighting. You, instead of just following the diplomacy, which could have ended the conflict on the spot, you kept going. Then turned into more trouble because let's see if we've got this right. Sorry. In March 2021, so apparently after they had decided they had bought enough time, Zelensky signs this law that again got very little notice in the West, but it sure did in Russia. And he signs this decree that as of March 24th, 2021, the strategy of deoccupation and reintegration of the temporarily occupied territory of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, the city of Sevastopol, on the decision of the Security Council, Ukraine was signed on March 11th. And there was subsequent to that, they also said all of the occupied territories, to include Luhansk and Donetsk, would be returned. And Zelensky, in Western media, added by force if necessary. So that's in March of 2021. The very next month, what a surprise, Russia starts building up forces on the Ukrainian border. And Russian forces are massing on the Ukraine borders. Bluff or not, Putin is playing with fire. Well, Putin wasn't, in his mind, wasn't playing with fire. He was trying to show his seriousness that if you don't put the Minsk agreements into effect, we may take additional measures here. And that apparently people didn't believe him, because instead of saying, hey, we're not going to do this, the West said, not only are we going to do this, we're going to not pass the Minsk agreements, because all throughout the latter part of 2021, Putin repeatedly said, Minsk agreements, that's what we need. He didn't say, let's have a war. He said, let's do diplomacy. Let's solve this problem that we already agreed to years and years earlier. But instead, we not only didn't sign or didn't apply the Minsk agreements, didn't put any pressure at all on the Ukraine side to abide by them and to change their constitution as was required by their signature. Instead, we start saying, oh, and by the way, this whole thing we've been doing since 2008, Ukraine's coming into NATO. And now Russia's adding that to the list and saying, no. You're going to do the Minsk, and you're not going to do the NATO, because there is no way on God's earth we're going to allow a foreign military alliance to come right up to the border of our country, which basically has a wide open plane straight to Moscow. They said that we were never going to do that. Even Trump, a couple of days ago, in one of his interviews, acknowledged the same thing. He said, we would never do that. He said, I get it. I get their consternation and their desire not to have NATO. And when Trump said, yes, there was some issues there that we said, hey, the NATO is a non-negotiable for us. Trump said, I understand that. He would feel the same way. He said, I think that there was an agreement that was in place, but then Biden went back on it. Well, this is what he's talking about, the Minsk agreements here. So we continue to ignore him. Well, by December of 2021, then Vladimir Putin says, okay, we've had enough. What the U.S. is doing in Ukraine at our doorstep, and they should understand that we have nowhere further to retreat. Do they think we'll just sit idly by, Putin said. If the aggressive line of our Western colleagues continues, we will take adequate military technical response to these measures. Now, we know now, of course, that he meant war. It was self-evident at the time, because I think the troop numbers was somewhere around 175,000 that had been built up around the Ukraine side. As I wrote about several times toward the end of 2021, it wasn't just a bunch of troops, it was what kind of troops they had, where they had them, to include medical facilities, supply trains, obviously the armor, the air, the infantry, air defense, all the things that you need to actually conduct combat operations, because I had done it. I had done large-scale operations like this in Desert Storm in 1991, so I knew what was coming. Well, it turns out that Biden himself, shortly before the actual war came, said, yes, our intelligence shows they're going to attack. Well, you had every chance in the world to put that attack off, but instead you chose not to. And we know that's what Putin said publicly, because I showed you right there. There's the press clippings from it. What we now know, thanks to Jens Stoltenberg, what was said privately earlier in the fall of that year was that NATO is a non-negotiable for us. We'll go to war to stop this. But if you just declare neutrality and then no NATO, then there's not going to be any war. Here's what Stoltenberg admitted.
Putin declared in the autumn of 2021 and actually sent a draft treaty that they wanted NATO to sign to promise no more NATO enlargement. That was what he said to us. And that was a precondition for not invade Ukraine. Of course, we didn't sign that.
Yeah, and not only did we not sign that, did we not do anything. Check this out. This is now the third point here. This is the third time Western action has worked against the Ukrainian people. So we had a chance.
Really doesn't take that long to make. It's just kind of crazy.
All we've got to do is just say we're not going to have NATO go into Ukraine. They're not going to get a membership. That's it. That's all. The rest of the stuff could have stayed on the table. It could have been negotiated, and it was a bit difficult, but they could have kept on talking. That was the red line: NATO and Ukraine. And instead of doing that, and look, that would have cost so little. At the time, the famous thing in the West was nobody tells us who comes into our lines. We decide who's going to do that. Well, yeah, that's really tough sounding. You know, good on you. Sound like a big hero there. Who paid the price for that? Did anybody in the West? Are there hundreds of thousands of dead Western Europeans or Americans? No. Your braggadociousness and your arrogance has caused Ukrainians to die in large numbers. And now so of course, right on the eve of that, Stoltenberg again went out. I didn't have time to pull this one out, but I remember it so distinctly. He went out there again and very publicly and brashly said, nobody's going to tell us Ukraine will come into NATO when we're good and ready. So if Putin had given his basically an ultimatum in the late December, and then come February, then he acted on it. What a surprise. Nobody could have been surprised by that. And yet everybody in the West, from Biden on down, keeps saying how this is unprovoked and illegal and all this kind of stuff. And I'll reiterate what I said at the beginning. Russia had alternatives here. They didn't have to resort to war. But when you keep shoving somebody back over and over, and you put a military alliance, threaten to put it right up on their border, like we did in the Cuban Missile Crisis, we would never accept it. We never did.
Pretty
we
good.
never will.
One there and one there.
Major nuclear power with a military alliance on our border. But somehow we think that there's no problem that Russia should, because we said, oh, it's just a defensive alliance. It's not against you. Well, that's absurd. We would never accept that argument. We didn't accept that argument. So to suggest that Russia was unprovoked is irrational and logical and a flat-out lie. They were provoked. They should, maybe you can say they should have done it, but
build power of this guy.
We would
100.
have done the same thing here. But here's the thing. I had been, again, writing before the war started. I said, look, this is the nation of Russia. When you look at the balance of power between the two countries
start
and their
another
potential
one.
to support and sustain war over time is unequivocally on the Russian side. It made no sense whatsoever to get into a big war with Russia because you can't win it. It doesn't matter how passionate and heroic the Ukraine fighters fought, it wouldn't have mattered because Russia had more people, has more natural resources, it has a huge defense industrial base, and it views this as an existential fight. So even though the Ukraine side absolutely had the will to win and motivation to fight, that was equal on both sides. But Russia had that and everything else. So on, I believe it was March the 1st of 2022, so the war was, I guess, 6 days old, I think, by that time. I went on CNN to share my views about what I thought this war would be. And I said what I said at that time and have never said anything different because it was true then and it's true now. This is the hard reality. If it's evident that militarily you can't stop Russia, then it doesn't matter how brave a face you want to put on there. There's no point in putting civilians in harm's way if the end result is going to be the same. Whether you make a negotiation, whether you even say, hey, I'm going to surrender the capital so it doesn't get hit, or you say, no, we're going to fight to the end result is the same. The difference is how many people have to die before that. And I think the leader has a responsibility to take care of his people. Now, you can see the other guest that was on there with me was shaking her head because she's like, I can't believe you're saying this. And believe me, everybody else in the Western media was jumping all over. Yes, evil. The Russian side is evil and wicked, and we need to go.
Told me where he is.
Or whatever. And I'm saying, look, it don't matter what you want to do. It matters what you can do. And if I said then, on the 6th day of the war, if you keep going down this path, all you're going to do is get more Ukrainian people killed.
Well, let's have
and
him
now
build.
Then, by all estimates, probably 1 million total military and civilian are dead. And we could have stopped the war. Now, it turned out that in the couple of weeks after that, finally, at least a number of people in the West finally started going, oh, snap. We don't have the capacity. Now then they're doing those calculations and they see, yeah, there's nothing. Ukraine fought bravely, heroically, but we don't have the manpower for this. We don't have the utility. Our defense industrial base is not set up for a major war to sustain it. And it'll take years to get it up to that level. So we better start to work on a negotiated settlement. And so people started kicking around the idea that, hey, maybe we need to find a way out of this. And around the middle of March, you actually had Zelensky finally soften his tone. He said, well, I might consider neutrality actually at this point, which of course, if he had done that about a month earlier, no one would have had to die and his country would never have been invaded. But he did. But at least now he's going, okay, well, maybe we can do that. So the Turks tried to help us out. They said, hey, I want the Russians and the Ukrainians to meet in Istanbul in late March. I think it was March 29th. Was one of the days of those negotiations.
There.
And they said, hey, let's find a face-saving way to end this deal. They sent their representatives there. I'll never forget. I remember when it came out. They both sides independently announced, yes, we had the general outlines of negotiated settlement. I thought, wow, we're going to avoid all the worst outcomes of this. Of course, I was concerned for our own national security, and that if anything bad happened, the war could accelerate and expand and possibly even draw us in, go nuclear. And so that was an unnecessary danger. When I heard that, I said, the fact that both delegations came out and said, yes, I think we have the general outlines of an agreement, terrific, that's cool. Except that a couple of days later, everything changed, and now all of a sudden, Zelensky is categorically against any kind of negotiations. We said, yeah, whatever Ukraine's going to do, we're going to support them. And then Zelensky said he's no longer going to talk to Russia. It was not long after that he actually signed a law that said that as long as Putin is in power, they won't even engage in negotiations. They actually passed a law that said that they cannot negotiate anything with Russia as long as Putin is in the office. To my knowledge, that law is still in effect today. But then we found out sometimes later why that thing fell apart. And apparently, it was by then Prime Minister of UK, Boris Johnson. Now, many have claimed that he personally sabotaged it. He's been kind of quasi, yeah, maybe I did, maybe I didn't. He's been kind of uncertain about it. But in this interview here, it's pretty clear he did sink it, and here's why.
Putin must fail, and Ukraine must succeed. And that means, at the least, driving Putin out of all the areas he has taken, at the least, since February the 24th. But I tell you how, but let me explain how we were able to win the arguments. It was because, fundamentally, there was no alternative to Ukrainian military success. Because whenever my colleagues from other European capitals began to think about some negotiation or some peace plan or some deal, some land for peace deal, the idea crumbled immediately in the discussion, because you can't negotiate with Putin because he's so patently untrustworthy.
Yeah, Putin is patently untrustworthy. Wow. So what you have there is one of the biggest problems that there is. Biden is equal to him, but that's one of the bigger ones right there. Here is Boris Johnson, Prime Minister of the great United Kingdom, doesn't do math. He can't calculate that here's how national military power is built, here's what Russia has, here's what Ukraine has. And this was even before you really had the active involvement of Iran and of North Korea on Russian side, and we had 50 nations on the Ukrainian side. This was never about little Ukraine and big Russia. They couldn't win. This was about Ukraine with all of 50 nations and all of NATO support behind it. And that's one of the reasons why it was a big slugfest. And of course, they raised their number of troops. They mobilized a bunch of people. And allegedly, according to Ukrainian leader Zelensky, they have around 1 million men active force. Russia has somewhere around the same, a little bit more. But inside Russia, it's actually something close to parity. Most people don't know that either. But here you have Boris Johnson not recognizing that the math doesn't work for Ukraine, and instead just says, no, Ukraine has to win. Russia has to lose. I don't care what you want. It doesn't matter what you want if you can't make it happen, if you don't have the resources to make it happen. So given a chance to end the war, this is number 4. We could have ended the war there in Istanbul, and then there would only have been minimal damage to the Ukraine side. Part of that deal required Russia to withdraw the forces that it had back to the Luhansk and Donetsk area.
That guy.
Because Russia had, right before this thing had happened, had recognized the independence of both Luhansk and Donetsk. So that was kind of a precursor. Now that they are independent nations, so Russia could actually send troops in to help them, which was it's how they basically did their invasion from that part anyway. But so the initial deal would have been withdraw all the Russian troops from everywhere except for those 2 areas, and then we can get back to working some negotiations again. but instead, no, we want to keep going with that. And then we had, all the fighting through most of 2022, and then that's when Ukraine had the best chance it would ever have to have a negotiated settlement on terms favorable to Kiev. And that came because in late summer and early fall, the Ukraine side caught Russia with their pants down in the north, the Kharkiv area, and it had this big, surprising offensive that captured like 6,000 square kilometers. Russia had done a terrible job of preparing for defenses. In fact, they hadn't done any at all. And then when Ukraine was able to amass enough troops to overwhelm the small troops they had up there, they had this huge area they got back. Then they also, in the Kherson Oblast, much of which Russia had connected or had captured, then they said, hey, we're going to go after the capital city of Kherson City. And then Russia was faced with the choice of, do we fight for the city or do we withdraw all our troops across the bridge on the Dnieper River and live to fight another day? That's what they chose to do. And it was a big celebration in Ukraine because they had driven the Russians out of both of those two places. And now many in the Ukraine side are excited because they think now the momentum has shifted on our side. And now we can drive Russia out of all of this territory. Those facts, though, that I talked about before, about the balance of power hadn't changed. They hadn't changed at all. Ukraine had some tactical success, but they had only moved Russia out of a place where it didn't have much troops, and that it wasn't valuable for them to fight a battle then with their backs to a river. So they just repositioned, made complete military sense, even though politically it was a big plus for the Kiev side. But the dynamics didn't change. So the need to make a negotiated settlement was ever more so. On one of the rare times, then Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, actually said out loud what I and many other people actually knew. That time, in November 2022, is the best chance Ukraine would ever have to have a negotiated settlement because Russia had just been kicked out of this area. They had recently force mobilized 300,000 people. They were having a whale of a time trying to get them in uniforms and get them trained, and they were just trying to stop gaps. So they were definitely on their back heel on the tactical battlefield. Here's what Milley said to anyone who would listen at that time.
The probability of a Ukrainian military victory, defined as kicking the Russians out of all of Ukraine, to include what they define or what they claim as Crimea, the probability of that happening anytime soon is not high, militarily. Politically, there may be a political solution where politically the Russians withdraw. That's possible. You want to negotiate from a position of strength. Russia right now is on its back. The Russian military is suffering tremendously. Leaders have been, their leadership is really hurting bad. They've lost a lot of casualties, killed and wounded. They've lost, I won't go over exact numbers because they're classified, but they've lost a tremendous amount of their tanks and their infantry fighting vehicles. They've lost a lot of their 4th and 5th generation fighters and helicopters and so on and so forth. The Russian military is really hurting bad. So you want to negotiate at a time when you're at your strength.
They are. They're just building up like me, I guess.
And it's possible, maybe, that there'll be a political solution.
Okay, that's number 5. That's the one spot that the Biden administration unbridled or unsaddled with the emotional issue that Zelensky
it's been a good game so far.
Success, and now they want more of it. The Biden administration and
I want to build up for one big,
looking with a little bit more balance and saying, okay, I get it. Those
one
are
big fight at the end. You know what I mean?
Power, the math still holds, and that Russia has the time. They have the men to lose the casualties they have. They have the time to build up their defense industrial base because now that they're gone to something close to a full-on war footing, and they converted a huge portion of their economy into military affairs. So they have all that stuff. We can see that. You saw Milley tried to get that point across. You want to negotiate from a position of strength. They were at it right then. We should have insisted at that point that, okay, Zelensky, I get it, what you want to do, but this is as far as you're going to get. You'll never get a better chance to negotiate than right now. But either we didn't do that, or Zelensky just refused to do it. We can only guess which. Most likely it is we never even did the calculations. Most likely, despite what the chairman of the Joint Chiefs did, the president and all of his advisors, Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, they probably just said, Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, keep going. That's what Zelensky wants, so that's what we're going to do.
I'm gonna
And
send
hey,
some
Russia's
scouts.
hurt now. I bet we can make them hurt
You
even
know
more.
what? Let's do the scouts
So
and
you
the
see this
sins.
arrogance is now coming in there, and we
Fighters.
lost an opportunity to do that. So instead of having to negotiate a settlement, then the Ukraine side said, you know what, let's go on an offensive. We were good there in the Kharkiv area and in the Kherson. I bet we can drive a hole all the way through the Russian defensive lines in the Sea of
Finally
Azov
kinda
area
fighting
and
me.
cut that land bridge off that they used to get to Crimea, and then we can split the Russians in half, and then over time we can continue to drive them out.
What, baby?
Now, I was writing at
Huh?
the time of this. I said, don't go down that path. You don't have it
When
because
can you
just
play
like I
this game?
acknowledged
No,
it on
one
the sixth
time
day
when
of the war,
I played,
certainly
I
acknowledged it a
waited
year
to
plus
wait,
into it. But I said,
and
you
then
don't
I
have the
seen it
military
way too
force to
long,
do
and
it.
it was
You
impossible
don't have the
to do
trained
it.
personnel
Really?
to do it.
Had so
You don't
much
have the
at
air
their
force to
base.
do it. That's
Oh,
one of the
yeah.
things I
Filled
wrote
up
about
anyway.
a month
That
ahead
could
of time. I
happen.
said, don't do this, it won't work. Russia still has a dramatic advantage in the air. Ukraine basically had no air force. They couldn't hardly ever even fly it. Russia was doing glide bombs, airstrikes, conventional stuff.
I don't remember
all over the place.
building
They had
this
an
many
advantage in
people.
artillery. They had huge number of mines. They had spent 6 months, 9 months in some areas, building up 5 lines of fortifications all throughout the zone. Russians are historically really good at defense, and when they had the time to build the lines and bring the troops up, it was going to be nearly impossible. I had trained in an armor. I was in this unit right here. Well, not this one. This is from the Texas, what used to be the 49th Armor. I was in the 1st Armored Division as a cavalry squadron executive officer, number 2 in command of a cav squadron. It's tanks and Bradleys. And we had trained many times on what it would take to penetrate a Soviet defense that had minefields and all that kind of stuff. So I knew exactly what was required. And so I told anyone who would listen and wrote everything I could that it would not work. Because if you're the offensive side and you don't have air
Guys are having a hard
superiority
time
or
getting
even
out of here now.
parity, at least parity, and if you don't have a substantial number of mine clearing equipment, a lot of engineering stuff, and above all, you have to have not just large numbers of tanks and artillery pieces, but you have to have trained crews that know how to use them, that know how to fight together, that, platoon leaders and company commanders and battalion commanders, command sergeants, majors, all the way up the line here. Everybody has to know what they're doing. None of that happened on the Ukraine side. They had maybe a month or two, in some cases, of
T3
minimal
unit
training that's
is
not
ready.
even close to being enough.
Really?
So there was no way that was going to work. But instead,
What
we
is
supported
producing? Did I make
then,
like hundreds
as I
of these
mentioned
and
before,
forget
some of
about
our
it?
military people were also to blame on this. Martin
Cool.
Milley gets credit for what he tried to do, but here's 2 generals that deserve a lot of blame for what happens. Here, first of all, is former CIA director and 4-star General David Petraeus telling the BBC that he's going to tick off a lot of stuff, and he's going to claim that actually the Ukraine side's ready to do this.
I believe that we'll see for the first time in this war on either side the achievement of true combined arms effects. In other words, the results of tanks protected by infantry against anti-tank guided missiles, artillery and mortars keeping the enemy's heads down, engineers reducing the obstacles, breaching these fortifications that the Russians have established, air defense keeping the Russians off the Ukrainians, electronic warfare jamming the Russians' already inadequate command and control facilities, and all orchestrated by very, very good Ukrainian command and control, and also using drones out over the Russians to attack them in depth with the precision munitions that the US and UK and others have provided. And this, I think, is going to break the front lines. And this is a force that has been battered. That many of these units have been in constant combat for well over a year. They're not pulling units offline and reconstituting them. In other words, replacing the losses, the people, the equipment, retraining them. They're just adding people to the front lines. That's not the way you produce a cohesive, coherent, well-disciplined organization. And I think, therefore, that's why they're going to crack, crumble, and perhaps actually collapse.
That it was just, I could not believe it when I saw it at the time that he had said that. Did he actually think that the Ukraine side was going to be able to conduct this extremely complex combined arms offensive when they had never done it before, when they'd only had a lot of the tanks and other equipment literally weeks before in some cases? They didn't have any air power. They had only a handful of mine clearing capabilities and engineering support. And the Russians had months to dig all these lines.
T2 unit
It was absurd.
detected.
It was insane. And yet, instead of being realistic, he's just talking what he wants to be true. I want the Ukraine side to be good at combined arms warfare. I want the Russians to be ready to collapse and crumble and fall apart. Well, that was absurd. I mean, again, about a month before he wrote that, I wrote another piece, or before he said that, I wrote something that contradicted all the stuff he said. And listen, folks, this is not to say, wow, I was really, I could see through this with no one else good. It's not hard. When you know how to conduct these operations, you know
Battle
what it takes,
cost.
and you
Figure
see
out
what
how
the capabilities
to
on each side,
take all of a certain kind of unit, select all units of same kind, Control Z, click Control Z.
How his conscience allows him to so confidently make these kind of statements and encourage the Ukraine boys to go out there and get slaughtered in these kinds of suicidal missions that they did, and it was a bloodbath. But there was another
Battle
general officer. Okay, so that's a former CIA director, former commander of U.S. forces in Iraq, commander of U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Petraeus had all on paper, all the credentials that you would need to be a great military mind. You see what he did there. Now that you know what happened. Then there was General Ben Hodges, who was a former 3-star general. It was the commanding general of all U.S. Army forces in Europe when he was on active duty. So again, somebody on paper looks like they really know what they were doing. He's going to go one up on Petraeus and say not just that the Ukraine side in this 2023 was going to get to the Azov coast. He said they're going to Crimea.
Are there bright lights on the horizon for Ukraine, that there could be some kind of decisive victory, or is it really a prospect of many, many months, if not years, of kind of attrition and stalemate?
So I believe that Ukraine is going to liberate Crimea by the end of August, so the end of this summer. And I say that because we know from history that war is a test of will and it's a test of logistics. Clearly, Ukrainian soldiers and the Ukrainian people have the superior will. The logistical situation for Ukraine gets a little bit better each week, whereas the Russian logistics system is frail, and it was never designed to support sustained long-term land operations outside of
Read
Russia.
it wrong? Control
and
Z.
again, you're seeing what you want to be true. I mean, the truth was self-evidently the
Double
opposite.
click Control Z.
It was the
Select
Russian
one or
side
more
that was
units and do
getting better
Control Z.
every
Select
month. They were
every
getting bigger,
same
stronger,
unit on the
better
map.
trained, more logistics. Their defense industrial base had kicked in. They have so many troops.
That
They have
doesn't
enough to
work.
keep them off the line and have them trained up for a long time before they come in. They have enough to rotate troops off so they don't have to stay on the line of contact all the time. They didn't have to mobilize because they had enough people willing to fight on their own. They just recruited them. So they have maintained a lot of domestic support. There is nothing that would have ever indicated that the Russians were going to lose Crimea
Figure it out.
much less in 2023. I mean, that is just bizarre that a former 3-star general would say that. Of course, as a sidebar, that gives me concern about current 3-star generals. I mean, my gosh, what kind of system allows that kind of person to get up to this kind of degree that is so disastrously wrong? There's 3- and 4-star generals, both horrifically wrong, that any good lieutenant or captain worth his salts could have figured out at the time, knowing the same things that they did. Well, unfortunately, then we punted there. That was I guess we're now up to 6, right? That was the 6th opportunity that we had after that offensive had failed, and especially by the end, by the fall of 2023, and even the little offensive steam they had finally ran out, and then the Ukraine side went to the defensive. Then the following month, I think about November, Russia started this creeping offensive, and so they went back on almost the whole line of contact because they had been building up combat power. Now that they're ready to start going forward, after they had made sure they exhausted all the offensive capabilities of the Ukraine side. Unfortunately, we punted on number 6 as well. So instead of saying, okay, we did everything we could, we gave them all this money, all this ammunition, all these combat vehicles, tanks, planes, infantry fighting vehicles, air defense systems, I mean, a whole slew of all these different kinds of things. And they broke their teeth on the first line of Russian defense and didn't even penetrate that. They never were able to push through, and now that they're starting to push back, any rational person would say, okay, Biden would say, okay, Zelensky, we gave it our best shot. We did everything we could. If we keep fighting now, all you're going to do is keep losing. There is no logical path to ever reverse what's going on here, because the Russian side doesn't stay static. It just keeps getting stronger, and we don't have the capacity that the Russian, along with their allies, do, because unlike North Korea and Iran, more totalitarian states, they can just say, hey, we're going to build up our defense capabilities.
Control,
they're
double
not at
click,
war
it looks
just
like.
because they have the command authority to do so. It doesn't work that way in the West. So all the Western countries combined, and that includes the United States, I think the number that Zelensky himself said just a week or so ago was about 1 million in the calendar year of 2020. Russia got 3.5 million alone from North Korea in 2024, and then they're building. This is like 6 months old, so it's almost certainly higher now. The last category I saw was they're building about 250,000 shells per month, so it's almost certainly much higher than that now. So those two things combined, we've never matched that, just in artillery ammunition alone. And the drones are both increasing on both sides. And maybe you'll say that's a wash. Both sides are doing really well. They're also doing good electronic warfare. But now that we're getting into these wire-guided drones, the fiber optic cables that can't be blocked, the question's going to be to make more of those the fastest, because those things, they can't be stopped on the battlefield. There's nothing you can do to stop those. And so all the other categories are Russia's advantage and are irrevocable, so they'll never change and never come down. So what we should have done then is said, we're going to end it. Instead, you had Biden going, I'm not going to acknowledge reality again, and I want $61 billion more given to Ukraine. So by May of that year, after a lot of debate in the U.S., we finally broke that. They said this is desperately needed to turn the table for the Ukraine side. What we know now is from the time that was passed in May, starting in June, all the way through the end of the year, is that instead of turning the tide, Ukraine lost faster. Hard to believe. And I don't have enough information yet to know how those two things simultaneously existed, but they did. We have graphic evidence provided by the New York Times. It shows from June, July, August, September, October, and then a couple of other sources in November. And I'm still waiting for the information in December. But every month, the amount of territory that Russia seized from Ukraine continued to grow. I think it was 600 square kilometers in the month of November alone. Ukrainian casualties continue to go up. You have the problem that they can't recruit enough people to offset losses. The people that they do recruit are deserting in huge numbers. The Russian side continues its onslaught. Every day they capture more and more territory. And now here comes Donald Trump in. But before he gets in, we have one last, I guess, valedictorian speech. The Secretary of State of the United States, Anthony Blinken, who has the temerity and the audacity to try and say with a straight face to anyone who will listen all the great things we did for Ukraine.
Right now, where as I'm looking at this, I think the real measure of success is whether going forward Ukraine will continue to stand strong as an independent country.
That was fun.
Increasingly integrated with Western institutions and able to stand on its own feet militarily, economically, democratically.
I'm having fun with this. I'm gonna do one more, and I'm gonna make it to where.
To do that.
Do you think it's time to end the war?
These are decisions for Ukrainians to make.
That is bizarre as it is immoral. To say to that
Do
interview,
that one more time.
all these great things we have done for Ukraine, they can stand on their own 2 feet economically, militarily. Do you see any evidence that they can stand militarily? You had Zelensky himself, I think it was last fall, was asked by a Fox News reporter if Trump comes in and stops all the support, what happens? And he said, we would lose. We would lose right away. They can't stand on their own 2 feet. You don't even need to see that report to know that. All you have to do is be able to just look at the news and just look at the balance of power between the two. It's self-evident. So every opportunity the Biden administration had to end the war, every opportunity that anyone, whether it's Keir Starmer in Britain, Boris Johnson before him, Emmanuel Macron, all of these leaders, every chance they had to end the war,
Please choose your
they doubled
starting
down on it,
location.
ignoring reality, ignoring math. And now then, we are coming to the end. There is nothing that Trump can do to stop what's already happened here. The best he can do is to try to say, we're going to get this negotiated and end as fast as possible, and whatever the best terms that he can help negotiate to get for Ukraine, he's said he's going to do. Everything is clear on that, and it doesn't matter if he wanted to or not, because that's all that's left open to us. So what you're going to have then is some kind of negotiated settlement that is something worse than what exists today. That's a fact. That is a fact. So here's what you're going to be left with now. I told you at the start of this that Biden, NATO, and the West basically conspired to destroy Ukraine, because I've showed you at least 6 different places. There was more, but at least 6 major inflection points we could have ended the war and could have preserved Ukraine. We could have prevented the war from happening. We could have ended it shortly after it did happen. And there were several points around the rest of it where we could have, and instead we rejected every one of those. And now Ukraine has lost probably about 1 million people. And every day there's 1,000 or 2,000 more, depending on how intense the combat gets, that are dying. Why should one more Ukrainian man or woman die in defense of their country when they can't succeed? The end is already determined. It's already written in stone. It can't be changed. So why add to the body count from it? That's something that all of these leaders I've talked about are going to have to reconcile with for a long time. History will not be kind to them. When a lot of this has passed, and whenever people start trying to do a post-mortem after whatever agreement is finally signed, they're going to be starting asking, how could people have been so dumb here? They'll probably watch this video, and a lot of the information is going to be here. But I'm telling you, even before that happens, I've been saying it since before the war started, and every bit of the way through there, pleading for anybody to listen. And instead, our leaders just have a blind eye to it. But let me graphically show you as we close here exactly what we have bought for Ukraine. All of our support for as long as it takes. All of our, my God, we have to get rid of that man, which Biden said early in the war about Putin. Biden is about to be gone. Putin's still going to be there. How's that working out? That didn't work out for anybody, for him, for anyone else. But now then, here's a map. This is when the Maidan started in late 2023. I'm sorry, late 2013. But as of 10 January, this was still the map of Ukraine. It was whole, to include the Crimea. And had we merely done that negotiated deal I told you about on the 21st of February, this would still be the map of Ukraine today. But instead, we said, no, we're going to not do that. They forced him out of the net to start a civil war inside Ukraine. And immediately as a response, Russia seized Crimea. So now then, after the civil war inside Ukraine, and immediately as a response, Russia seized Crimea. So now then, after the Minsk agreements in 2015,
they just keep losing more and more. Double down, America. Always helped me when I was losing and trading. Double or nothing.
You saw that we had Victoria Nuland and several others in the State Department actively conspired to make sure that the opposition overturned a legally elected government, and that this is the initial response for it. But we wouldn't stop there, and so now that the next time we get a chance here, if you can roll that next one up there, is that this one is after we would not listen to Putin's December 2021 ultimatum that either you agree not to put NATO into Ukraine or there's going to be conflict. And so right away on the 21st of February, Russia acknowledged and recognized the independence of those 2 republics. So now that that's first of the red part that's gone. Then on what would have been the case if we had taken the proposed Istanbul agreements, Russia was going to have withdrawn from all the territory. I didn't have time to put the other map together. And by the way, all of these maps are courtesy of Istanbul agreement and November 20 initial response for it. But we wouldn't stop there. And so now then the next time we get a chance here, Gary, if you can roll that next one up there, is that this one is after we would not listen to Putin's December 2020 and Istanbul agreements, Russia was going to have withdrawn from all of his very. This is a lot to do that.
It's going to be interesting to see.
If Trump comes in and agrees to it, then this will be the yellow will be what remains of Ukraine.
Ooh, they took a chunk.
But, and here's the crucial part: if we don't, if we continue on forward, and if Trump is not willing to negotiate on those June 14 lines, in all probability, the Russians will simply continue to gravel on until they get everything, to include Odessa in the south, Kharkiv in the north, and actually everything up through the Dnieper River. All of those things are possible. That's not written in stone yet. That is still only a possibility, but it is something that is very, very possible. In fact, I would go so far as to say it's probable. Trump's hand is very weak. He can be the greatest negotiator in the history of the world, the best businessman ever. But if he doesn't have leverage in his hands and he can't force Russia to stop, Zelensky keeps making all
I get
these
so
statements
sick
here
of
of late that he
building
says, I
level
want
one.
to,
They're just like
put
kind of
ourselves in a
worthless.
position of strength over Russia so that we can negotiate something that we want. Those days are over. You had your chance. You had the leverage. You refused to use it. So you have no one but yourself to blame for this, other than maybe a lot of the Americans who were encouraging you to go on. But all of you as a group have nobody to blame but yourself. And you have millions, probably, of body bags and caskets, graves, never to come back as payment for your unwillingness to acknowledge reality. And the only question is, how is Trump going to be able to negotiate something out of this that only goes to that 14 June line? The fact is, Biden, NATO, and the West destroyed Ukraine by all those unwillingness points that I told you to be able to end this war. They could have done it at any time, and they took every aspect, every course of action, every decision necessary to ruin it. That is the legacy that this administration is going to leave. No one's going to remember hardly anything else from the Biden team except for the fact that he destroyed Ukraine and claiming to want to save it. We'll see how this works out. Trump hasn't taken any, still 10 days away from that, and we will certainly keep an eye on this for you. But I thought it was really important prior to that day for everybody to understand the lies that the Biden administration officials are telling, the fabrications that they have made up are all untrue, and you see it. You can't get away from the map. If anyone dares to challenge me on this, and they say, no, actually Biden wasn't bad and the West wasn't wrong, show me on a map. Show me on a map to where any of the chances that for an off-ramp that were offered that we didn't take, that if we had to take it, it would have been worse than what we have now. You can't do it. You can't do it. Things are what they are. Thank you very much for watching today. We appreciate you a lot. Be sure to like and subscribe if you haven't done it. On your way out, also, we are on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Podcast Addict. Folks, listen, we're going to keep telling you the truth because we're unintimidated and uncompromised. It doesn't matter what the truth is. You're going to get it right here. Thank you very much. We'll see you on the next episode. Dave Steve.
See if we get any new comments. Nope. But we're having fun.
Whether it's a Me Too movement that had righteous, these individuals.
I can't listen. I want to hear this clip though. Let's fast forward to the clip.
Weaponize government, and we risk revolution, whether it's CEOs being in the street, whether it's a Me Too movement that had righteous components of it, or Black Lives Matter. What are these movements? They are targeting the wealthy. We are in the midst of a series of small revolutions to correct income inequality. And the reason we put an insurrectionist and a rapist in office is because for the first time in our nation's history, a 30-year-old man or woman isn't doing as well as his or her parents were at 30. Why? Because the majority of households are having the oxygen sucked out of the room, such as
Scott Galloway.
and a small
Scott
number of companies can be worth more than the nation state. Income inequality is out of control. Our tax policy has gone full oligarch.
Joining us now, Professor of Marketing at the NYU Stern School of Business, our friend Scott Galloway. He also is co-host of the Raging Moderates podcast. Scott, so glad you're here to walk us through this morning. Remember, it was just 4 years ago, about right now, that Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook, Meta, pulled Donald Trump's accounts down after the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. Now you fast forward 4 years, Donald Trump threatening Mark Zuckerberg during the campaign, and it does look, just in the last few days, last couple of weeks, like full capitulation, giving Donald Trump exactly what he wants. What do you see in this move?
First off, good to be with you, Willie. I see that all CEOs in tech should stop using the term stakeholders and just go back to really the truth here and talk about shareholders. 4 years ago, the term was called moderation. Now it's being called censorship. And with this decision, the CEO of Meta, Mark Zuckerberg, gets kind of a twofer. He gets to placate, at least temporarily, the president who threatened to put him in jail for the rest of his life. And he gets to save maybe upwards of $5 billion, which is how much they spend on their safety and security department. And at a price-earnings ratio of 30, that's potentially a $150 billion increase in market capitalization. Mark Zuckerberg owns 50% of the company, so you have what is effectively a get-out-of-jail card potentially from someone who appears to be an oligarch threatening to put people in jail and add $15 to $20 billion to his net worth. The greatest trade of 2024. It wasn't Bitcoin, it wasn't Nvidia. It was Elon Musk investing $250 million directly in the Trump campaign. And then when Trump won since the election, Elon Musk's worth has gone up $140 billion. So that's effectively, I believe, about a 56,000% return on investment. So we've gone full kleptocracy. We can never, in my opinion, wave our finger at Russia again when the president, the elected president, is taking public trust and public authority and weaponizing governments and doling out capital and market share and contracts and threatening to use regulatory action against the competitors who don't give money to his inaugural committee or don't kind of bend the knee. We are effectively in a kleptocracy. Russia is the role model. We are becoming more like Russia every day. That's where we are.
Hey Scott, it's Sam Stein here. I looked at all these adjustments that Zuckerberg was announcing. Some of them I think were significant, some I think were a bit overblown. For instance, they already have offices in Texas, but he made a big stink about moving the content moderation office to Texas. And then I saw Lena Khan on CNBC who suggested that, there's an FTC suit that is going to be considered in the next couple months that looks at whether Meta is a monopoly on the social media network. And she said this is plainly Mark Zuckerberg trying to get a sweetheart deal from the FTC. Do you see it that way?
I think that's part of it. Also, the move to Texas not only pleases the conservative side of the aisle, which he's trying to do and has made several actions to try and come across as more conservative, it's the ultimate quiet firing. Because if you tell, rather than a series of bad press releases or uncomfortable all-hands meetings, if you just decide you're moving your safety and security team from California to Texas, you're naturally going to lose probably 30 to 50% of the employees. So this is again nothing about placating the Republican Party and saving money and adding shareholder value. And what is so shocking, just from a personal standpoint, what's the point of having all this money if you aren't at some point going to show some fidelity as a 40 or a 50-something-year-old man that has the wealth of the GDP of a Latin American nation to actually standing up and showing some fidelity to American values? Bezos has got the yacht. Tim Cook, Jensen Huang at NVIDIA is worth more than Intel or Boeing. At what point? When do the men show up here? When do the Americans show up here? So this is not only incredibly shocking but not disappointing from Trump, but where's the leadership? Where are the men that have such blessings and such prosperity from the rule of law and capitalism and competition? And we don't need more mergers and acquisitions. We need more breakups. One company owns 2/3 of all social media globally. Meta. One company has 93% of all share of all search. Google. And if you don't think every day we don't pay higher prices, one company has 50% of all e-commerce. Amazon. The percentage of revenues that have gone to Amazon from third-party retailers has gone up from 24 to 50%. Look at the rents that parents are paying on Facebook when 24% of teen girls are now addicted to Facebook. 6% of...
What's up? Huh? Nothing really. What do you want to play? Oh, you do? I'll let you play after this game, okay?
much trucks this thing? Can we tell them it's
Probably should have had this guy build metal stuff first. What camera? There is no camera. It's just showing the screen and the audio.
How can they hear?
They hear me through that.
Where's the camera? If it's there. Is it in the game? Where is it?
Yeah, it's streaming the video from the game.
So it's like right on the glass.
It's
So it's
just
like a
taking the
invisible-
video output from the computer and sending it to the internet.
Ah. I don't understand
This guy needs to, let's do this.
Low power.
These guys not helping. Repeat, fight command. Okay.
Our teenagers are clinically addicted to drugs and alcohol. 24% are addicted to Instagram. And the number of teen girls self-harming has doubled. So if you want higher rents as a consumer, as a retailer, and as a parent, that's where we're headed.
You know, Scott, there's so much to discuss here. You've talked though for some time about how this entire system is rigged, and it is rigged against working Americans, and rigged for billionaires. And you've said also people like yourself who made a lot of money in the markets, been very successful, but the tax system is and again, this was, you've been saying this for years now. Talk about how this is accelerating. You talked about the Elon Musk
What's that,
example.
sweetie?
Talk about how this is accelerating and how.
What did you say?
Battle paused.
Okay. All right, I'm back. Let's finish this game. Having a non-alcoholic brew. What is this? Athletic Brewing Company, Upside Down Golden. Pretty good. It's kind of like a boulevard.
Battle started.
All right. We need more land units.
Aircraft spotted.
Uh-oh. I'm building an anti-aircraft thing right now. I build some anti-aircraft guys. That should be good. Okay. Let's send him out there. Once this is done, that'll help a lot. And then have him build after that.
Is this a new match?
Uh-huh.
Do you already start with that?
What's that?
Did you already start with that stuff?
Did I already start what stuff?
Of that stuff.
Yeah, right after this one you can play. What are they building next? Tanks, good. Good, good, good.
It's going
We need more tanks. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. I think he's gonna hold up. He should be able to take that bot out. Maybe not those two though. Come on. Send me a tank. Send me a tank. Send me a tank. Do a little fancy footwork here. These guys need to move back. Move back. 'Cause they're coming up.
that guy needs to build something fast.
He's helping with this.
Yeah, well, he needs to build something fast.
These guys. Come on. Come on, give me that tank. Give me that tank.
Needs
Get out there, tank. Why he's doing that? Oh no. Come on. Get that guy. No. He already took it out. That's how quick it goes, man. Need more tanks. And you need to go back and build another radar. Hey Dad, what's up? I'm doing okay. Yeah. What is it, Friday? You were thinking about doing a politics show? Yeah, the snow day threw me off completely. Maybe we'll make it up tomorrow. Okay. Love you too. Bye, Dad. Yeah, I've been thrown off my schedule, so I'm staying off of it.
Low power.
Low power. We gotta keep these going to keep us protected. What's this guy doing? He's doing all those. So this guy should do that thing next. Yo, stay back. Just gotta keep an eye on him. Why don't you help our metal situation? At the mercy of the wind. These are necessary. Tanks and anti-air. Super necessary. I still don't understand how to select all. Select all units of same type as selected. Control Z. That does not work. Control Z does not work. I don't know what that is. Pretty much all I can get is just ones that are on my side. 40 minutes. Okay. So we need to work on the energy situation then. Let's do some more of these. Actually, let's do this.
T2 unit detected.
pushing a lot harder this game. This is looking quite a bit more difficult than last game. How do I deselect? Like, I swear I could like. How did I do that? Is it space? No, I don't know. Oh man, this is not looking good. Or maybe I just didn't see it last time. Up this time. I don't know what the difference is. This is not good. This is way different. Nobody came at me at all last time, and this time it's just crazy. I don't understand what the difference is. What? What? Come on. How is my energy situation so awful? We gotta marshal our resources here. Let's get healed. 20 minutes. I don't know if we got that long, boys. This is not good. If we can get this, we might pull it off, but man, it's gonna be close. these guys up here to repair these people. Not nearly fast enough. Let's get 10 more. We can push back pretty good if we get these guys. Our starlights going. 1 minute. Still got queued units here. Rocket trucks. Let's get 10 more tanks. 10 more of these. 5 more of these. There we go. Now we're fighting back. Yes, yes, yes. Let's let that guy heal up, everybody. And then we'll push. You heal too. Not doing anything. Yes. That's what we like to see. Never build a bot lab. Oh, good. Okay. So let's have you guys first. And then you start building all these. Should be good. Look at it now. We just needed some energy. Okay, so let's get all the tanks and let's push with those. That's right behind me. We're good now. This power plant saved us. I'm gonna skip the whatever it's called. Skip this. I'll show you. This is what I've been practicing. I learned this from some guy, but I like to push with the tanks. Let's leave like these back here. And the starlight's right behind. Push with the tanks. Move the starlights up right behind. There, guys. Okay. All right, I'm moving back. Let's heal up. Oh, I need the missile guys. That was the third part of the plan that I forgot about. Just attack every red dot. Blow them up. There you go. That's what the missile trucks are good for. Yes, all this build power. This is what's fun. Maybe I could build one of these just for fun. First, you should build an anti-nuke before I forget. Look at that. I built that assault mech in like 20 seconds. These guys need healed. Oh, why are you guys going up there? Come back. I'm gonna send a couple of these guys. Heal everybody up. Let's build a two. I ran out of metal. What are you guys doing? Crazy people. You got him done with. Take up all this metal.
T3 unit is ready.
Sweet. He needs energy. What's taking all my energy? This thing? Let's go build this first. Come back to that. We'll leave one guy on that. Some trucks. Anti-air guys. That tank.
your commander still do stuff while he's out? Like, can your commander still do stuff
Even if he's broke?
cloaked?
Not as much stuff, no. This is the fun part. Where's my salt neck?
Wait, people all have just left. Yeah, they're sneaking up. Yeah, they sneaked up.
They're sneaking up.
Yeah, see, they're sneaking up.
I see them. It's alright, we're gonna clean them out.
Did you say I'm sorry?
Hmm?
Did you say I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
I thought you said.
I said I'm gonna clean them out.
Yeah, but what? You said something.
Starlights are getting them with the radar before you can even see them. I'm gonna get a little more aggressive here. So I can at least see some people. This is the way to do it. The tanks with the starlights right behind. Okay, let's do this. We're gonna send some bombers and just give them the fight command and have them fly as far back as they can. Oh, we got lots of these guys too. Oh, cool.
Then how do you make lots of commanders?
What do you mean?
How do you make commanders? Hey, he's sucking up our metal.
He is sucking me up. What's he thinking?
How do you suck up their metal?
You can just use a construction guy and he'll...
That doesn't seem that fair. Doesn't seem fair.
Look at that. Look how many power plants he has. Isn't that crazy?
He just has
Let's keep blowing them up. Move them up. And move the starlights in close. Move the artillery in close. Isn't this crazy?
Just has lots of energy stuff right at the front. Yeah, he just has lots of energy stuff
He
right at the
does.
front.
It's not helping him very much, is it?
He's a cat. Put my boots like backwards a lot. Just put
Guys
them
are
right
getting a
in
little
front.
feisty. They need to stay behind.
Ooh, a big thing.
My anti-guys. They all die.
You need some AVAX. What about your bombers? Are any bombers right?
Man, those starlights, I don't know how they can see so far, but they can.
What are starlights?
These things that shoot the lasers. They just make quick work of stuff. I blew up their commander.
What?
Looks like I blew up their commander.
Why does it look like that? Is it coming? They can hardly do anything. That's not helping them out a lot. They don't have the friends. So much
Oh, you got some long-range cannon or something. Oh, these number 1. Oh, no. These are my first line of defense. Let's go back here first. Get some starlights up behind. I'm gonna have the starlights just work on that edge. So attack these. My radar, look at my radar bot lets my missile ship see all those missile ships. That's not the right word. Let's get these ones. Semi-artillery on that.
Hey, they're cheating. Damn, I'm cheating. Damn, it's cheating. I feel like that thing that they do is cheating.
Yeah.
They stuck up your middle with that. I feel like it's almost cheating. Why do they even allow that?
Artillery guy shooting me from. Let's see where he is. Nothing makes me more mad than artillery. Oh, they got a bunch of artillery. It's alright, okay. You know what? I'm gonna move back because I like the starlight tank combo. Yeah. Move back, Probably move back. Gotta get this long range cannon guy. Alright. Do I have these guys? Repair everybody. Repair everybody.
Daddy, they sneaked up behind you.
I know there was a few up there, huh?
Yeah. They have a long range cannon or you have a long range cannon?
Combat engineering. Up there. Builds construction turrets. That'll heal everybody.
Ragnarok is ready.
You need to take them down.
Cool.
Cool. That's cool.
Let's see. Big cannon's done. What's it gonna hit? Back there?
Yeah.
I don't really need it though.
I put mine with me. I put mine like after everything that everyone built, and mine was the first one built, and and it was the farthest one back, and it did nothing.
That's crazy.
I was like, why is it not doing everything?
I know, if it's too far back, it won't do anything.
I was like, it took like, my teammate even had clones. He even had a clone of himself, and he made it help him.
Whoa, he had a clone of himself.
Yeah, and I had put so
I love
much,
these rocket ships.
and it was so much help, but like, it took a long effort, and it took a long time. It's that time that we they're like in this corner, and we couldn't bring them there. So I was like, we have to bring this here, and then.
What's
then-
taking out my
then
bombers? Oh,
nothing.
the guy up there. Some
Nothing.
anti-air thing.
Absolute nothing. I was like, what? I built all of this for nothing.
Let's see if there's anti-air back here.
It's like, this is for nothing.
Okay, heal everybody. Okay, let's push. I'm pushing with the tanks first. Fight command, I learned that. I didn't know that before. I was just using move. With fight command, that makes sense because I would just move them and I'd be like, why aren't you fighting? And you have to pick the fight command, that's why. So 1. And then let's pick all the starlights. And I'm gonna make them 2. Fight. Go in behind all the missile trucks. Radar, anti-air guys. Make all these guys 5. Okay, so 1. Fight command, move in. 2. Alright. I built some planes. Send him in by himself. See what happens. Seven builds. Half of these into AVAX. build the rocket bots and would build. I love these things.
Just do that one.
Wait, is there more stuff up here? Yes, the rocket bots are working. I love the rocket bots. They're pretty much like these. I want to get that guy. These team 6. This guy just to be team 6. This guy's team 8. Good job, team 8. So I'm gonna get one more. Team 9. And you team 0? Yes. What about team 11? No. Some kind of jammer or something? Must. pretty much just these. Alright. I'll send those guys down that way. Let's do everybody else this way. Fight. 2. Fight. 3. Fight. Wait till the starlight's coming. Why wouldn't they automatically attack? I don't understand. Why do this? There are 3 up front. There's not one set. I said it's where you gotta kill everything on the map. Let's do it. Can't be much left. Oh, these guys took out a bunch of more rocket bots. Taking out all builders was the really fun part. Getting every single person moved up. But it's fun. Two red dots left. Just playing should get them. Is that it? Is this the last one?
Battle ended.
Ah, that's fun. That was satisfying. Ooh. He kind of came back. He was above us there for a while. He did not put his metal and energy to good use. But we did. It's cool, my tactics are getting better. Look at that. He had 1,300 units. And way more energy. And we came back and got it. Wow. He outnumbered us like 10 to 1. We still won. I don't know how to send units yet. I'll have to figure that out. Anyway, that was a fun little marathon session. I never did finish this.
Yes, and I say this as a small government conservative. This is a threat to American capitalism. This is, you know, we can look at a lot of different threats.
You bet it is, brother.
Facing this country, but moving towards this sort of oligarchy.
Yeah,
with all
but
of these
putting the
monopolies, I always
millennials
told the story
in perpetual debt.
During COVID, somebody called me up and said, "Hey, you need to invest in the stock market." I go, "I don't really do that. I don't trust the stock market." He goes, "Just invest in the monopolies." I go, "The monopolies?" He goes, "Yeah, Meta. Invest in Meta and Amazon and Microsoft," and he named 5 or 6, and they're like you just said, they're monopolies. Lena Khan tried to break it up, and you seriously would have thought that Karl Marx was marching down, Wall Street, and you combine that combination that you're talking about with the fact that billionaires are getting richer and richer by the second, while screaming socialism, and what does that say about where American capitalism is going over the next 5-10 years?
Over the cliff.
I think it comes down to a basic question: what is America? And my kind of economic role model is Peter Drucker. I think an economy in America exists to create a robust middle class. The most ascending countries over the last 20 years have been China and India, and it's one basic litmus test. How many people are you bringing into the middle class? The greatest innovation in history is not the iPhone or the semiconductor, it's the American middle class. That beat back fascism in the middle of World War II has financed and built the greatest innovations, whether it's radar, whether it's the internet, whether it's vaccines. The middle class in America is the greatest innovation in history. And people like to fall back into this right-wing notion that it's naturally self-healing. It's not. It's an accident in history. Typically throughout history, you have a small number of people who weaponize government. They're very talented. They aggregate power. They weaponize government, and they aggregate more and more spoils. And then the good news is it's self-correcting. This level of income inequality is usually self-correcting. The bad news is the means of self-correction are typically war, famine, or revolution. And if you want to talk about tax policy, the myth in tax policy is that the rich don't pay their taxes. That's just not true. The fulcrum is the following. There's super earners and super owners. The folks around your table are probably considered super earners. You make exceptional livings, but it's all current income reported on a W-2. And if you live in New Jersey or New York, you're probably paying 48 to 52% tax rates. Right. But if you're a super owner, I make my living starting and selling businesses. My last business, which was sold for $160 million, I'm very transparent about money. This gestalt or zeitgeist that people should not talk about money is nothing but an attempt to keep poor people down, because rich people talk about money all the time. It's important to be financially literate. The first $10 million for my $160 million sale was tax-free. My effective tax rate over the last 10 years has been 17%. The average tax rate on the wealthiest 25 Americans is 6%. Corporate tax rates are at their lowest point since 1939. At the same time, taxes have gone up for the super owners. Now, the bottom 50% don't pay much federal income tax, but they pay a lot of usage and consumption taxes. But this misdirect talking about tax rates misses the point. It's the tax code, which has gone from 400 pages to 4,000. And that 3,600 pages, quite frankly, is there to screw the middle class and continue to transfer more money to the super wealthy. The fastest growing demographic group in America is not seniors. It's not Latins. It's billionaires. We had 500 billionaires 10 years ago.
I don't know.
We now have 2,500. So if you want to cram more and more wealth into a smaller group of people, we're on our way. And the weird thing about America is that we support it because our superpower is our optimism. The Achilles heel is that 99%, the bottom 99% who are getting screwed, don't mind these policies because they believe at some point they're going to be in that 1%. But where are we? We're in a country that's had unprecedented prosperity, but similar to the way William Gibson described the future, it has not been evenly distributed. When 40% of U.S. households are struggling with some sort of medical or dental debt, when a quarter or 20% of households with kids are food insecure, and yet we have one man, Jensen Huang, and I like Jensen, who is now worth more than Boeing. I mean, something is wrong here. And just let me go to the psychology of happiness. I think a lot about happiness because I struggle with it, Joe. You effectively, once you get above a certain level of wealth, you get no incremental happiness.
About 100,000.
So why on earth would you not go back to a tax policy of the 60s, 70s, and 80s,
or say pick a big number, 10 million, you actually pay more than 10%, maybe more than 20%, maybe more than 50%, because the difference between 30,000 a year for a household and 50,000 is enormous to the well-being of that household.
You're always able to bring him back.
Higher domestic blood pressure, but the difference between making 10 million a year and 15 million a year offers you no happiness.
Sophie, I don't remember I played soccer.
The control button does not work in this game. It says Control Z picks all units. It does not work.
China and Japan are the number 1 and 2 lenders to the U.S. government. China has been reducing.
All right. How fast can they do it? Uh-oh. What's still blowing up? That guy. This guy. Oh, they brought him back pretty quick. All right, we made it. Fun times. Let's see if anybody said anything. Nope. But we had fun. We went 3 hours longer than we meant to, and that's how this game works. All right. God bless y'all. Hope you had a good night. Thanks for chilling out with me, making this game feel like work or productive. I don't know how in the world that works. It probably doesn't, but it feels kind of like it. And this was the perfect end to a perfect snow day. It's nostalgia. Reminds me of being a kid. So, see you guys next time. Quit to lobby. And in the stream. Peace out, everybody.